Blood and Dust, the Arthur Morgan story, a Red Dead Redemption fan retelling. Chapter 1, The Snow and the Silence. The cold was biting. It gnawed at the skin, stinging through layers of clothing as if the very air itself wanted to freeze a man from the inside out. Snow fell steadily from the low-hanging clouds, the world a mixture of whites and grays, obscuring the horizon. The sky, heavy with the weight of another storm, cast an eerie silence over everything. It was a silence that Arthur Morgan had grown used to, but never fully accepted. Out here, in the wild, there was no room for noise. The wind was a constant howl, making the trees creak and groan as though the forest itself were alive, watching every move. It was as though the world wanted to be left alone, and the men who had dared to encroach upon it felt that stark cold truth deep in their bones. Arthur rode at the front of the group, his horse's hooves crunching through the thick layer of snow beneath him. He adjusted his grip on the reins, feeling the chill in his fingers. The horses were tired, their breath steaming in the frigid air. Arthur could feel the same tiredness in his own bones. The long days of travel had taken their toll, but there was no time for rest. They had to keep moving. Behind him, the rest of the gang followed, their figures barely visible in the swirling white. The Vander Linde gang had been on the run for what seemed like forever, trying to stay ahead of the law, evading bounty hunters and other dangers that lurked at every corner of the world. But now, as they rode deeper into the mountains, the threat of the law felt distant, replaced by the ever-present threat of nature itself. Dutch, the gang's leader, rode ahead with confidence, his silhouette framed by the storm as if it was nothing to him. His words, filled with ambition and fiery optimism, had always been a beacon for the gang, pulling them forward when they thought they couldn't go any further. But Arthur knew something Dutch didn't always want to admit. The gang was fractured, worn thin by years of running, by constant danger, and too many close calls. Arthur's thoughts drifted, but he quickly snapped back to attention when he heard a voice shout from behind. "Arthur! Arthur!" He glanced over his shoulder. It was Micah, one of the newer members of the gang, and one Arthur didn't trust. Micah had been trouble from the start, always loud, always looking for a fight. He wasn't cut from the same cloth as men like Hosea or Charles, men who understood the weight of their choices. But Micah was always looking for the next big score, always itching to prove something to Dutch. "What is it, Micah?" Arthur called back, his voice muffled by the wind. Micah, pulling his horse up beside Arthur, looked around nervously. "I don't like this, Arthur. This place, it feels wrong, cold, too cold. We should have stopped sooner. We've been on the move for days." Arthur's eyes narrowed as he studied the younger man. "We keep moving, or we freeze here. It's the only choice we've got," Micah scoffed, pulling his collar tighter around his neck. "Yeah, well, Dutch better have a damn good reason for dragging us into these godforsaken mountains. Ain't no people up here, ain't no safety, just snow and damn wolves." Arthur didn't respond, but he couldn't help but agree. Micah had a point. The gang had been running for so long, hiding in one place after another, but the coldness of these mountains was different. It wasn't just the weather. There was something about it. The isolation, the feeling of being surrounded by an empty, uncaring wilderness that put a weight on Arthur's chest. It felt like the world was closing in, and not just because of the law. It felt like the world itself was turning its back on them. The ride took hours, the storm never letting up, until the snow-covered trail became nearly indistinguishable. As they pushed on, the trees began to thin out, and soon they were descending into a valley, the sight of campfire smoke rising in the distance a welcome sign of shelter. By the time they reached the camp, night had fallen, the cold biting even harder. The horses were spent, the campfire crackling against the chill air as Arthur dismounted, his body stiff from the long ride. His legs were sore, his fingers numb from holding the reins for too long. He barely had the energy to unhook his saddle before Dutch approached him with a smile. "Well, Arthur, we've made it," Dutch said, his voice as bright as ever, though his eyes seemed distant. He had the look of a man trying to hold on to something, trying to convince his followers that things weren't as bleak as they really were. "We'll rest here for a bit. Then we'll figure out our next move." Arthur didn't share Dutch's optimism. They had made it, yes, but for how long? The camp was makeshift, barely enough to keep them warm, and the weather showed no sign of letting up. They needed to keep moving. If they stayed here for too long, they'd attract the wrong kind of attention. A few moments later, Hosea joined him by the fire, looking just as weary. Hosea had always been the older, more sensible member of the gang, the one who grounded Dutch's wild ideas with reason. But even Hosea seemed weighed down by the cold, his eyes tired in a way that made Arthur's chest tighten. "You think Dutch knows what he's doing?" Arthur asked quietly, his gaze flickering to their leader. Hosea didn't answer immediately, but when he did, his voice was low and thoughtful. "I don't know, Arthur. I hope so. But this place, this cold, it's wearing on all of us. We can't keep living like this, always on the move, always running." Arthur felt a knot in his stomach. He hadn't wanted to admit it, but Hosea was right. They couldn't keep going like this. They were slipping, bit by bit, and Arthur could feel it in his bones. There was only so much more they could take before they broke. As night deepened, the gang gathered around the fire, huddling close for warmth. Even the usually rowdy members, Bill and Javier, sat in a tense silence. The wind howled through the trees, and the crackling of the fire was the only sound in the dark. Arthur looked around at the faces around him. Dutch, Hosea, Bill, Micah, and the others. Some were tired, some were restless, and some were simply numb. In the distance, he could hear the faint sound of wolves howling, echoing through the mountains. It was the kind of sound that sent a shiver down your spine, reminding you that no matter how much you tried to outrun the world, the wilderness had a way of reminding you that you were always at its mercy. Dutch stood, his voice rising as he spoke, trying to inspire the others. "We're gonna get out of this, folks. We've got plans and we've got hope. We've been through worse before. We'll make it. I swear it." Arthur couldn't find the words to respond. He wasn't sure what Dutch saw when he looked at the gang. Maybe he saw something different than what Arthur did. Maybe Dutch still had that fire inside him, that belief in a grand vision. But Arthur wasn't sure anymore. He wasn't sure about anything. That night, as the fire died down and the gang settled in for the night, Arthur couldn't shake the feeling of dread that gnawed at him. Outside, the wind howled like a wounded animal, and inside, the silence was deafening. He lay awake in his bedroll, staring up at the cold, dark sky. There were no stars tonight, only endless clouds. The world was closing in, and Arthur could feel it. It was only a matter of time before the storm would break, whether from the law or from the gang itself. But for now, all he could do was wait. Chapter 2, Echoes in the Frost. The cold lingered long after they had made camp in the valley. It wasn't just the weather, it was something deeper, something that had settled in their bones. The snow continued to fall in gentle flurries, dusting the earth in a layer of pristine white, but it did nothing to erase the unease that seemed to have taken root in the hearts of the gang. They had barely spoken as they worked to set up camp, the usual chatter missing, the usual camaraderie buried beneath the weight of their exhaustion and their growing doubts. Arthur huddled close to the fire, his hands aching from the cold. He'd spent the day hunting, and although the meat would be a welcome meal, it did little to fill the gnawing emptiness that had taken over him. He couldn't shake the sense that they were moving further away from the life they once dreamed of, the life Dutch had promised them. The world was changing, and the gang wasn't adapting. They were fading. The others gathered around the fire, though they sat in a kind of disjointed silence. Dutch was talking to Bill, his voice low and focused, but the usual fire in his speech was missing. Bill didn't respond much, nodding occasionally, his face set in a grim line. Arthur knew the big man well enough to see that his mind wasn't on the conversation, but on something else, something weighing heavily on him. Hosea, as always, was content to remain quiet, letting Dutch do most of the talking. But Arthur knew that his old mentor, the one man who had always kept him grounded, was troubled. Hosea had been the one to speak softly of a different life, a better life. But now there were fewer talks of peace and more of survival. Across from them, Micah sat by the fire, picking at the dirt beneath his fingernails. He hadn't said much since they made camp. His usual cocky attitude had been muted. Even he could feel the oppressive weight of the silence, though he was far too proud to admit it. Arthur eyed him warily. Micah's unpredictability had always been a source of concern, but now it was more than that. There was something in his eyes, an edge, that Arthur didn't trust. "Dutch has got a plan, don't he?" Micah muttered suddenly, his voice low but cutting through the quiet like a blade. "We can't be running forever." Arthur's gaze locked onto Micah. He didn't say anything immediately. He didn't need to. Micah's words had the edge of someone who was trying to make himself believe in the dream, trying to convince others that it wasn't just a dream, but something tangible. "Don't speak for Dutch," Arthur said quietly but firmly. His voice had a weight to it, as though the words themselves carried the burden of something unspoken. "You keep your mouth shut till you have something worthwhile to say." Micah scoffed, clearly not expecting a response like that. "You think you're better than me, Arthur? You think you know how to run things better than Dutch?" Arthur didn't let the anger simmer. He'd learned long ago that Micah was a man who thrived on conflict, and any response would only feed that fire. But there was something about Micah's insolence that made the pit of his stomach tighten. The gang was fractured in ways no one wanted to admit. Dutch had been pushing everyone harder, faster, for reasons that Arthur couldn't quite see. And now there were whispers, unease growing like the crackling of a fire on the verge of burning out. Hosea, sensing the tension rising, spoke up. His voice was a soft counterpoint to the growing hostility. Now, Micah. No need for that kind of talk. We all know what's at stake. We're here for the long haul, whether we like it or not. But arguing over it won't get us anywhere." But even Hosea's calm wasn't enough to silence the undercurrent of discontent. It was the same feeling that had lingered back at the last camp. The feeling that their time was running out. Arthur leaned back against the log he was sitting on, staring into the fire, letting its warmth seep into his skin, but even the fire couldn't burn away the unease gnawing at him. The road ahead was treacherous. The storm had no intention of letting up, and neither did the threat of the law. Every passing day they grew closer to being discovered. Arthur had no illusions about that. He could hear the faint sound of horses in the distance, and the feeling in his gut deepened. The Pinkertons were never far behind. They were always 2 steps ahead. He could feel it, feel them on the wind. "They've been tracking us, haven't they?" Arthur asked, his voice low but clear. He didn't have to look at Hosea to know the answer. "They've got eyes everywhere," Hosea replied with a sigh. He scratched at his beard thoughtfully, his face creased with age and worry. "And they're not alone. You saw the flyers in Valentine. You heard the rumors. They're getting closer." Arthur nodded, his jaw set. He had seen the bounty posters with his own face plastered on them, alongside the names of others in the gang. Dutch's optimism was blinding him to the facts. The gang couldn't outrun the law forever. It was only a matter of time before they caught up to them. "You think Dutch will listen to you?" Arthur asked, more to himself than Hosea. "I don't know, Arthur," Hosea replied, his voice quiet and grim. "But I'll try. We can't keep running. The way things are going, we're going to end up with no one left." Arthur stared into the flames, watching the embers flicker and dance. The wind howled again, louder this time, like a warning, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to break. Whether it was the gang or the law or something else entirely, he didn't know. But it was coming, and when it did, they wouldn't be ready. The night passed slowly. They ate in silence, each man lost in his own thoughts. The campfire flickered and died down to embers as the night grew colder, and the snow kept falling, piling higher and higher, blanketing the world in a pristine, oppressive silence. Arthur sat awake long into the night, unable to sleep, his mind racing. The snow outside was relentless, and so was the creeping dread that gnawed at him. The world they had built was crumbling around them, and no matter how much Dutch tried to believe in the dream, Arthur knew deep down that there was no easy way out. The gang was growing weaker with each passing day. Their faces were haggard, their tempers shorter, and they were being hunted. Not just by the law, but by a world that had no place for men like them anymore. By morning, when the snow had stopped falling, the camp was ready to move again. Dutch was still talking as if things were fine, but his words seemed hollow. The gang packed their things in silence, each of them knowing the truth, but none willing to say it out loud. Arthur didn't need to hear it. He could feel it in the air. They were running out of time, and the mountains around them seemed to press in, narrowing their path, closing in on them, as if the very land itself was conspiring against them. It was a cold reminder of what they had become, fugitives, shadows of the men they once dreamed of being. Chapter 3, Fire and Ash. The storm had passed, but its aftermath lingered, both in the landscape and in the hearts of the gang. The world outside was blanketed in snow, the kind that was so thick and heavy it seemed to muffle all sound. The winds had died down, but the cold still gripped everything. It wasn't the biting kind that freezes you instantly. It was the kind that seeped into your bones slowly, almost imperceptibly, until you didn't know where the cold ended and you began. Arthur had spent most of the morning checking the horses and making sure their supplies were secure. The horses had done well to survive the mountain storm, but even they seemed to be wilting under the weight of the endless cold. It wasn't just the snow that wore on Arthur, but the silence, the constant anticipation of something inevitable, something just out of reach, but so close you could feel it on your skin. As the gang packed up camp, a sense of quiet urgency settled over them. No one spoke much as they readied themselves for the ride, each of them lost in their thoughts, fighting their own private battles. Dutch, as usual, tried to maintain a semblance of control, barking orders with a fire that was beginning to sound more desperate than inspired. His voice rang out across the camp, but there was a nervous edge to it that Arthur couldn't ignore. The optimism he once carried so proudly was cracking, revealing the raw fear underneath. "Get moving! Pack it up! We've got a long ride ahead!" Dutch called, his words sharp as he moved among the gang. But Arthur could see it in the eyes of the others. Hosea's grim expression, Bill's tight jaw, and even Sadie's usual fiery look seemed a little duller. They were all tired, emotionally and physically. It wasn't just the law breathing down their necks. It was something more fundamental, the weight of what they had become, the toll that years of running and violence had taken on them. Arthur himself wasn't sure how much longer he could keep pretending that everything was going to be okay. Every step felt like they were sinking deeper into the muck of their own choices, and there was no way out. Even the simple act of moving from one camp to the next felt like a futile attempt to outrun what was inevitable. They rode for hours, the silence hanging thick between them, broken only by the sound of hooves crunching through the snow. The trees grew sparser, the forest giving way to more open terrain. The mountains loomed above them, their jagged peaks disappearing into the clouds, like sentinels watching over the land. It was Charles who spoke first, breaking the suffocating silence. "There's a place up ahead," he said quietly, his voice steady but laced with concern. "We could rest there for the night. A cabin. Might be safer than out in the open." Arthur glanced at him, seeing the uncertainty in his eyes. Charles was a man of few words, but when he spoke, people listened. His calm demeanor and sharp instincts had kept the gang out of more than one tight spot, but even he seemed to be growing wary of the world around them. Dutch, as always, tried to appear unflappable, but the tightness in his expression betrayed him. "We don't have time to rest, Charles. We keep moving. We're not stopping until we hit the next town." Hosea, who had been silent for most of the ride, chimed in softly. "Dutch, maybe Charles is right. We can't keep pushing ourselves like this. We need to regroup. We need to think." But Dutch's eyes flashed with impatience. "I'm not having this discussion again, Hosea. We can't afford to stop. We can't let the law catch up to us." Arthur watched the exchange, feeling the familiar tension building. Dutch had always been determined, but now that determination felt more like a refusal to acknowledge the truth. They couldn't outrun this forever, and Arthur could see it in the way Dutch was holding himself. Tense, brittle, desperate. The rest of the gang stayed silent, watching the exchange unfold. The unsaid words between them were louder than anything spoken. They were tired, they were scared, but none of them were willing to admit it. By the time the cabin came into view, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the snow. The building was small, a single-story log cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for years. Its weathered wood blended into the landscape, the kind of place you'd almost miss if you weren't looking for it. They dismounted slowly, their bodies stiff and sore from the long ride. Arthur could feel the chill in his bones, a reminder that the cold never truly left. It was always there, waiting. Inside the cabin, the air was warmer, though still bitterly cold. There was an old wood stove in the center of the room, its chimney long since clogged with ash. A few moth-eaten blankets were strewn about, but little else. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. Dutch, as always, took the lead, moving to the stove and trying to get a fire going. But even with the crackling of the fire, the room felt empty. The shadows seemed to press in from every corner, as if the cabin itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As the fire took hold, the gang began to settle in. Micah, as usual, was quick to find a seat near the fire, stretching his legs out and looking far too comfortable. His grin was ever present, but Arthur could see the anxiety bubbling underneath, the way his eyes darted around the room, always on the lookout. Bill and Javier set up a small corner for themselves, but their usual banter was missing. They sat in uneasy silence, staring into the fire. Only Sadie seemed to find some comfort in the warmth, her eyes glinting as she sharpened her knife, a soft hum escaping her lips as though trying to drown out the noise in her mind. Arthur found a seat near the back of the room, away from the fire, his eyes scanning the room. He watched the others, studying their faces, feeling the weight of their exhaustion. The tension in the room was palpable. The words between them were few, but the looks they exchanged said everything. No one was saying it out loud, but they all knew the truth. Their time was running out. Dutch's voice cut through the stillness, though it lacked its usual vigor. "We'll rest here tonight. Tomorrow, we move again." Arthur didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. They all knew what was coming. Another day, another escape, another town to outrun. But for all the distance they'd traveled, there was no getting away from it. The gang was unraveling, and there was no way to stitch it back together. The law was coming, and they could feel it closing in around them, as certain as the cold. Later that night, as the fire burned low and the gang settled into an uneasy sleep, Arthur stayed awake, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts churned in the quiet, the weight of everything pressing down on him. He could hear the soft crackle of the fire, but it wasn't enough to silence the roar in his mind. The gang had been running for too long. Arthur had always known it was a losing game, but now, more than ever, it felt like the walls were closing in. The Pinkertons were getting closer. The bounty hunters were getting closer. And worst of all, the dream that Dutch had promised them, the dream of freedom, of a better life, was slipping through their fingers like smoke. He didn't know how much longer they could keep going. And the worst part was that he wasn't sure if anyone, least of all Dutch, was willing to face the truth. Chapter 4, The Hollow Valley. The Hollow Valley was as desolate as it sounded. There was no warmth in the air here, not even from the weak winter sun that hung low in the sky. The wind cut through the valley with a cruel precision, tearing at the clothes of the gang like invisible hands tugging at their resolve. The valley stretched endlessly in both directions, a series of sharp ridges and snow-covered fields, the ground hard and unforgiving beneath their boots. Arthur was on his horse, riding near the front, his eyes scanning the horizon. The snow was thick, caking on the trees, and the occasional snap of ice breaking underfoot was the only sound beside the wind. Every now and then, he'd glance back at the others, seeing the weariness in their eyes, the same dull exhaustion that had settled in the pit of his stomach. They were all moving slower now, dragging their feet as much as their horses, and it didn't take much to know that something was about to give. The gang had moved from place to place, but it had become clear that there was no real safety anywhere. Every town they passed, every refuge they tried to find, felt more like a trap than a haven. And even in this remote valley, the law was always just over the next hill. They weren't being hunted anymore, they were being cornered. Hosea's voice broke through the silence of the ride, and Arthur turned to look at the older man. Hosea's face was drawn, his eyes tired, but there was a steely calm about him, as though he could see things more clearly than anyone else. That's what made him so valuable. He saw the game for what it was. And right now, the game wasn't playing in their favor. "We should think about splitting up," Hosea said quietly. his words lost to the wind for a moment before they reached Arthur's ears. There's no need to keep riding together in such a tight formation. We're drawing attention. Arthur furrowed his brow at the suggestion. The idea of splitting up was dangerous. The gang was only as strong as its unity, and the thought of being alone out here, in this dead valley with no one to watch your back, sent a shiver down his spine. Splitting up, Arthur said, his voice low but edged with concern. You think that's wise? Hosea sighed, his breath visible in the cold air. I'm not saying we all scatter, but smaller groups. We could keep moving, make ourselves harder to track. A single group is an easy target for anyone who's looking for us. Arthur thought about it for a moment, chewing over Hosea's words. It made sense, but the risk was real. If someone got caught, there would be no one to help them. They would be picked off, one by one, until the gang was nothing more than a memory. And the Pinkertons were not fools. They would hunt them all down like animals, separating them like wolves picking off the weakest of the herd. Dutch, overhearing the conversation, pulled his horse closer to Arthur and Hosea. His face was shadowed by his hat, but there was an intense energy about him, a drive that Arthur wasn't sure was built on confidence anymore. No, we stick together, Dutch said, his voice firm but strangely thin. We move as one. If we split up, we lose everything. You're thinking like you've already lost. We haven't lost yet. Not while I'm still breathing. Arthur met Dutch's gaze. The fire in his eyes was still there, but it had dimmed, as if the weight of the years was beginning to catch up to him. Dutch had always been the leader, the visionary, the one who could sell anyone on the dream of freedom. But lately, the dream had felt less like a future and more like a fairy tale. We need to be smarter, Dutch, Arthur said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. We can't outrun them forever. But Dutch shook his head, his face tight with the strain of trying to maintain control. And we're not going to. We'll make our stand when the time's right. But for now, we keep moving. The law's out there, and we can't afford to make ourselves an easy target. Arthur fell silent. He knew Dutch wasn't hearing him. Not really. Dutch had always been a man of action, but now he was a man clinging to the past, refusing to face the truth that they were running out of options. The ride continued in uneasy silence. The further they went into the hollow valley, the more isolated the world seemed. The gang's laughter, once frequent, was absent. The camaraderie that had once defined them was crumbling like the snow under their boots. By the time they stopped to rest, it was late afternoon. The sky was thick with dark clouds, the promise of a coming storm hanging over them. They made camp quickly, the wind biting at their skin as they set up tents, gathered wood, and tried to get the fire going. Arthur could feel the weight of the cold creeping back into his bones as he helped with the firewood. It wasn't just the physical cold anymore. It was a chill in the air, a kind of heaviness that had settled over the gang. He glanced at each of them in turn. Bill, huddled near the fire with his usual scowl. Micah, sneering as he carved something with his knife. Sadie, sharpening her gun with a sharp, deliberate focus. No one was speaking much. No one had the energy to. Hosea joined Arthur near the fire, his weathered face reflecting the glow. We can't keep going like this, Arthur. We're breaking apart. Arthur met his gaze. What do you mean? Hosea sighed deeply, rubbing his hands together for warmth. The gang, Dutch, we're all pushing towards something that's slipping away. Dutch doesn't see it, but you and I both know it's not working. The law's closing in. The land's changing. We can't outrun all of it. Arthur said nothing at first, letting the words settle. Hosea had always been the voice of reason, the one who kept him grounded when Dutch's plans started veering too far. But now, even Hosea seemed to be losing his confidence. I don't know what we're supposed to do anymore, Arthur said, his voice almost a whisper. We can't outrun them forever. Dutch's plans are getting riskier, and I don't know how much longer we can keep pretending everything's gonna be okay. You're not the only one feeling that way, son, Hosea replied, his tone heavier now. But if we can get through this storm, maybe we'll find a way out. If Dutch can see reason. He won't, Arthur said bitterly, his eyes narrowing. He's too proud. He's stuck in the dream, and I don't think he sees the reality anymore. That night, as the fire crackled and the wind howled through the trees, the gang settled into their makeshift camp. but there was no comfort in the warmth of the fire. The crackling of the flames, the creaking of the trees in the wind, and the low murmurs of conversation from the others created an oppressive soundtrack to the growing tension. Arthur lay awake long after everyone else had fallen silent, staring at the roof of the tent. His thoughts churned like a storm inside his head. The hollow valley was just another marker on their path, another place they couldn't escape. They had made their stand, but the enemy was closer now than ever, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep pretending they had a chance. Chapter 5, Smoke on the Rails. The scent of burning wood and coal hung in the air as the gang made its way across the railroads. The clanking of the steel tracks beneath their horses' hooves was a constant rhythmic sound that reminded Arthur of the path they were following, each mile only bringing them closer to something they could not outrun. The gang had moved on from the hollow valley, and the world around them had grown more open, but it felt no less dangerous. The winter chill still cut deep, though the days were getting longer. But there was no relief in sight. The train robbery had been the plan, and Dutch had promised it would be their ticket to freedom. A sizable payout, a clean getaway, and they would finally have the means to disappear, to live the rest of their days in peace. But as the days dragged on, with the pink-tinted sunsets and the long, drawn-out hours spent riding through the barren plains, Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that this mission, like every other, was doomed to fail. The gang rode through the flatlands, the terrain sparse and barren, with only the occasional scraggly bush to break the monotony. Arthur's eyes scanned the horizon, but there was nothing out there except more emptiness. Even the air felt thin, like the world itself was holding its breath. They were heading toward Katora Springs. Dutch had heard word of a train passing through, carrying valuables, a rich target, ripe for the taking. But even now, Arthur could feel the anxiety creeping through him, even though he didn't show it. The plan was solid, or so it seemed. But Dutch had been making mistakes lately, and Arthur wasn't sure they could afford any more. As they neared Katora Springs, the gang split into groups to prepare. Dutch was pacing, his mind already 10 steps ahead, while Hosea, ever the realist, was keeping a watchful eye over everything, ensuring that the plan would go off without a hitch. Arthur was helping prepare the horses when he caught a glimpse of Bill, who was clearly agitated. His usual bravado was gone, replaced with unease. Bill had always been a bit hot-headed, but this was different. Something was off. His eyes darted around, and Arthur noticed his hand was shaking slightly as he tightened his saddle straps. "You all right, Bill?" Arthur asked, walking over to him. Bill didn't look up at first, his eyes trained on the horse in front of him. When he did finally glance up, there was something in his expression that Arthur didn't quite understand, something more vulnerable, more fragile than usual. "Just tired, Arthur. Just tired. I don't know if this is going to work," Bill muttered, his voice low and rough. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? It's the same plan we always do. Ride in, hit the train, get out. Easy." Bill let out a humorless chuckle, shaking his head. "You don't get it. Every time we pull something like this, it feels more like we're being pushed closer to the edge. It ain't about getting the money anymore. It's about getting out. The law is everywhere. It's only a matter of time before they catch up with us." Arthur studied Bill for a moment, then sighed. He didn't have much patience for doubt, but he couldn't help feeling a flicker of that same unease creeping up inside him. Bill wasn't wrong after all. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about survival. "You're thinking too much, Bill. Dutch has got a plan. We all ride out of here with that cash, and then we disappear. Simple as that." Bill didn't respond. He just nodded, though Arthur could see he wasn't convinced. As the gang rode toward the train's path, the landscape began to change. The flat plains were replaced by a rocky outcrop, and then the slight rise of the canyon walls. The train was scheduled to pass through Katora Springs at night, and the gang had positioned themselves at key spots along the track, waiting for the right moment to spring into action. Arthur kept his eyes trained on the horizon, scanning for any signs of movement. The others were more animated, eager for the heist to begin, but Arthur couldn't shake the weight in his chest. There was too much at stake. One wrong move, one misstep, and the Pinkertons would be all over them. But there was no turning back now. Dutch had set the plan in motion, and they were committed. It wasn't long before the sound of the train reached them. The distant rumble of the engine grew louder, vibrating through the earth like a promise. As it came into view, Arthur's heart rate picked up. The train was just as Dutch had described. A massive freight car with plenty of cash, and perhaps more importantly, gold. But even as the train barreled toward them, there was a sense of quiet dread in the air. The wind had picked up again, sweeping across the valley with an eerie hiss. Arthur could almost taste the tension, the metallic tang of what was about to happen. He looked around at the other members of the gang, each of them preparing for their role. Dutch, as usual, was at the forefront, his eyes gleaming with confidence, but there was something in his posture that made Arthur pause. Dutch was slipping. Arthur could see it in the way his hands twitched, his eyes darting, always one step ahead, but never quite steady. The dream, the grand vision that had once seemed so clear, now felt muddled and uncertain. Dutch had always been the leader, the one with the plans, the one who saw the future. But now, all Arthur could see was a man clinging to an ideal, an illusion of control that was slipping through his fingers. The heist began in a blur of motion. The gang swarmed the train as it slowed near the makeshift blockade. Arthur's heart pounded in his chest as he rode alongside, drawing his pistol and shouting orders. He had done this so many times before. This was the life he knew, the only life he had. But this time felt different. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out, echoing through the canyon as the gang took control of the train. The screams of the train workers, the frantic shouts of the guards, it was all part of the routine. But in the chaos, Arthur caught sight of something that made his blood run cold. A group of Pinkertons had followed them. They were already there. Arthur barely had time to react. His mind raced, trying to process what he was seeing, but it was too late. The Pinkertons had arrived faster than expected, and the entire train was surrounded. Gunfire erupted from the trees, and the gang was forced into immediate action. Dutch, always the optimist, still believed they could pull it off. "Keep moving, we get the gold and we're out of here," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the gunfire. Arthur was already moving, covering Micah and Bill as they made their way to the cargo hold. But the situation was spiraling out of control. The plan was unraveling, piece by piece, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The Pinkertons had anticipated their every move, and now they were trapped, outnumbered, and pinned down. In the chaos, Arthur found himself face to face with one of the Pinkertons. The man was tall, his face hard, his gun trained on Arthur's chest. There was no room for negotiation, no time for mercy. With a quick movement, Arthur's gun was out, and the shot rang out, sending the Pinkerton agent crashing to the ground. But the damage was done. The gang had taken the gold, but they had also taken a huge risk. The Pinkertons weren't just chasing them now, they were hunting them, and this time they weren't going to stop. By the time the gang had regrouped, the mood was somber. The train robbery had gone from a triumphant escape to a desperate retreat. They had the gold, but the cost had been high. The Pinkertons were close, too close. Dutch, still trying to rally the gang, spoke through gritted teeth. "We can still make it, we just have to keep moving." But Arthur wasn't so sure. The fire that had once burned bright in Dutch's eyes was beginning to flicker. The man who had always seen the future, who had always been able to keep the gang together, was losing his grip. And Arthur wasn't sure how much longer they could keep pretending everything was still okay. Chapter 6, Shadows of the Law. The days following the train robbery were tense, each hour stretching longer than the last. The gang had ridden hard to get away from Katora Springs, but even the open plains could not offer them the peace they so desperately sought. The weight of what they had done, what they had stolen, was now heavy in their hands. The gold was safely tucked away, but so too were the consequences of their actions, and they would follow them like a shadow. Arthur rode with his head down, his mind a swirl of doubt. The familiar click of his horse's hooves against the rocky trail seemed to reverberate louder than it ever had before. Every sound, every shift in the wind, every rustle of the trees, It all felt like an omen. The Pinkertons were out there. He could feel them closing in, the smell of smoke and gunpowder still fresh in the air. Dutch, ever the optimist, kept pushing them forward. He was already making plans for their next move, his mind racing faster than anyone could keep up. But Arthur had begun to see cracks in the facade. The plans that had once seemed so clear now felt more like desperate gambles. The gang had made camp by the edge of a small stream, the fire flickering as the light faded from the sky. The moon was high now, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across the camp, as if the darkness itself was moving in closer. Dutch had gathered everyone around the fire, his eyes bright with a feverish energy. He spoke in that same commanding voice, the one that always made the gang believe in him, even when the odds were against them. But tonight, there was something different about it. There was an undercurrent to his words, a strain that Arthur could feel in the pit of his stomach. We've got the gold. We've got the means to get out. We keep moving, and we'll make it to safety. We stay smart, stay hidden, and we'll get clear of these lawmen. Dutch said, his eyes sweeping over the group, trying to inspire confidence in them. But Arthur saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. The others nodded, some with more conviction than others. Bill shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting to the shadows beyond the firelight. Sadie's usual sharp focus was dulled slightly, her knife now resting idly in her lap. Even Micah, the ever-cocky troublemaker, wasn't so quick to speak up. Arthur stayed silent, watching the fire as the flames crackled, sending occasional sparks into the night. He could feel the air growing colder, but it wasn't just the temperature, it was the weight of Dutch's words. The gang was starting to fray at the edges. They were getting reckless, and Arthur wasn't sure how much longer they could keep up the charade. The next morning, the gang moved out again, but the unease in the air was undeniable. Arthur kept his eyes sharp, scanning the surrounding hills and ridgelines for any signs of movement. They had made it out of the immediate vicinity of Kotora Springs, but that didn't mean they were safe. Not by a long shot. Hosea, riding beside him, seemed to share the same thoughts. The older man's face was set in a grim expression as he kept his horse at a steady pace. He had always been the voice of reason, the one who knew when to pull back and when to press forward. But now, his words seemed to carry an undertone of worry, as though he too could sense the danger closing in. "We need to stop running, Arthur," Hosea said quietly, his voice low enough that only Arthur could hear. "We're just moving from one place to the next, and it's getting harder to stay ahead of them. The Pinkertons won't stop. They've got a smell for us now. We need to lay low. Find a safe place, rest for a while." Arthur glanced at Hosea, his mind whirling. He knew what Hosea meant. He knew the gang needed a break, but Dutch had made it clear they couldn't stop. The longer they stayed in one place, the higher the chances of being found. But Arthur also knew that Hosea was right. They were running out of time, running out of places to hide. "We'll do what we can, but Dutch is set on pushing forward," Arthur muttered, his eyes narrowing as he thought about their leader. "He won't listen to anyone, not even you." Hosea sighed deeply, his eyes cast down. "I know, but I can't keep watching him lead us into the fire like this." Arthur wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He knew it wasn't just Dutch. They were all responsible, in some way. Everyone had bought into the dream of the gang, the dream of a life free from the law, free from the world's cruelty. But now that dream was slipping away, and there was nothing left to hold on to but their loyalty to Dutch. And Arthur wasn't sure how much longer that loyalty would be enough. They came to a ridge overlooking a valley that stretched out like a scar across the land. The Pinkertons had already begun to move in. Arthur could feel it in his bones, the way the air felt too still, too heavy. The gang had set up camp in a small grove of trees, hoping to stay out of sight. But even from a distance, Arthur could see the glint of sunlight reflecting off something shiny down in the valley, the unmistakable glint of lawmen's badges. Arthur felt his heart drop. The law was closer now. They had been on the move for days, but it wasn't enough. They were getting trapped. Dutch paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in concentration, while the rest of the gang kept their distance, speaking in hushed tones. The fire had been dimmed to a low glow, its warmth barely enough to ward off the chill of the night. "We have to make a choice, Dutch," Arthur said, stepping forward. "We can't keep running. The Pinkertons are closing in on us. We need a plan." Dutch looked at Arthur, his eyes flashing with that familiar intensity. "We don't have time for doubts, Arthur. We move when I say we move. We stay ahead of them, and we don't stop until we've got a way out." "But we can't outrun them forever," Arthur shot back, his voice rising. "We're not some damn ghost, Dutch. They're catching up to us, and we need to face that." There was a brief, tense silence, and for a moment it felt like the air between them was charged, as if the entire camp was holding its breath. "I'm not losing my family, Arthur," Dutch said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper, but it was laden with an edge of desperation. "I won't." Arthur wanted to say something, but he didn't know what. Dutch's voice had cracked, just a little, and that was enough to make the hair on the back of Arthur's neck stand on end. Dutch wasn't the man he had once been. This wasn't just a matter of survival anymore. It was about something deeper, something darker. The gang wasn't just running from the law, they were running from themselves. The night stretched on, the wind picking up once more, howling through the trees like a warning. The next morning, they moved again, but it was clear to Arthur that their days were numbered. The Pinkertons were relentless, their scent stronger than ever. There was no escaping them. The gang was scattering, falling apart, and it wasn't just the law that was closing in. It was the gang itself, unraveling piece by piece. Dutch kept riding ahead, as though he could still lead them somewhere safe, but Arthur knew better. He could see the cracks in Dutch's leadership. He could feel the tension in every word, every move they made. The family they had built was crumbling, and Arthur wasn't sure how much longer he could pretend that everything would turn out all right. Chapter 7, The Blood on the Wind. The sky was heavy with the threat of rain, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and dust. The wind howled through the valley, sending the dry leaves of the trees spinning into the air, their crisp edges cutting across the otherwise still horizon. The camp was quieter than it had been in a long time. The usual sounds of chatter and laughter were replaced by a low murmur of conversations that quickly died down whenever Dutch came near. His once constant energy was now laced with a nervous edge, as if even he knew they were running out of time. Arthur sat near the campfire, his rifle across his knees, staring into the flames. His mind kept drifting, over and over again, back to the moment they'd left behind. The Pinkertons were getting closer, their presence a weight on his chest, and the gang was starting to fracture. Tensions were rising, and Arthur could feel it in the way they looked at each other now. The camaraderie was fading, replaced by suspicion, and something darker, something desperate, was creeping into the air. The train robbery had been a success, at least that's what Dutch had promised them, but it had only brought more trouble. They'd taken the gold, and with it, they had set a series of events in motion they could no longer control. The law was on their trail, and the Pinkertons had made it clear that they were done playing games. Arthur had always known this day would come, but the reality of it had settled in harder than expected. Dutch had led them to a new camp, an old, crumbling cabin tucked away in the middle of nowhere. There were no towns for miles, no roads that led anywhere other than deeper into the wilderness. It was the kind of place that seemed to echo with the ghosts of men who'd come before them, the kind of place that would swallow them whole if they weren't careful. But it felt like a dead end. There was no getting away from the law this time. Arthur glanced around the camp. The gang had become more divided in the last few days. Molly was at the edge of the camp, her arms crossed, a look of disdain plastered across her face as she glared at Dutch from a distance. Sadie, who had once been so eager to prove herself, had become increasingly irritable. She spent most of her time sharpening her knives in the corner of the camp, as if preparing for something that was always just beyond reach. Micah was the worst of all. His usual cocky attitude had turned into something more dangerous, a palpable sense of recklessness that was infecting the others. He had never been the type to think things through, but now it was as though he was trying to stir up trouble on purpose, trying to push them all further into the darkness. Arthur could feel his temper fraying at the edges, and he didn't like the man he was becoming. There was too much at stake to start doubting his own people, but he couldn't help it. There were too many signs pointing to a future where the gang wouldn't survive. Dutch had always been the man with the plan, but now his words had begun to feel hollow. His speeches were more fervent than ever, and the gang seemed to believe in him even as he led them toward their own destruction. It was around dusk when everything changed. The calm before the storm shattered as a scout rode in, his face as pale as the ghost of a man long dead. The Pinkertons had arrived, too close, too soon. "They're coming," the scout shouted as he rode into camp, his eyes wide with panic. "We need to move now." Dutch's face paled, but his voice remained steady, almost too steady, like a man who had resigned himself to the inevitable. "We don't run, not yet. We fight. We stand our ground." But Arthur could see the fear creeping into Dutch's eyes, despite the bravado in his voice. This wasn't a fight they were prepared for. They had no backup, no means of escape. The Pinkertons had closed in too quickly, and they were outnumbered. There was no way to outshoot them this time. Arthur stood up, the firelight flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the camp. He needed to think, needed to act, but everything around him felt like it was closing in. The gang wasn't the tight-knit family it had once been. They were fractured, each person now operating on their own agenda. No one was working as a unit anymore. The promise of freedom Dutch had once spoken of now felt like a distant, fading dream. "We need to get the gold," Arthur said, his voice carrying the weight of the decision that hung in the air. "Get the horses. Get everything we can carry. We're not leaving it behind." Dutch, his voice hardening at the suggestion, shot Arthur a look. "What's your plan, Arthur? We fight. We'll hold the line." Arthur shook his head. "You're not listening, Dutch. We can't afford to fight. We're gonna get killed out here. The law's too close. You saw how quickly they moved in. We need to go now." But Dutch wasn't listening. His pride, his desperation to hold on to the dream clouded his judgment. "We don't run," he repeated, his voice shaking with the weight of his convictions. "We stay and we fight. This is the moment we've been waiting for." Arthur didn't say anything more. His hands balled into fists, his heart hammering in his chest. He wasn't going to waste his breath anymore. If Dutch wanted to charge headfirst into their doom, then so be it. Arthur wasn't going down with him. The gunfire came quickly, sharp and brutal, slicing through the air with the staccato rhythm of a violent storm. The Pinkertons were upon them, their forces overwhelming, their tactics more refined than anything the gang had ever seen. Dutch's men scrambled to fight back, but it was chaos. It wasn't a battle, it was an execution. Arthur's first instinct was to protect the others, to do whatever he could to keep them alive. But the fight was already lost. There were too many of them. The Pinkertons were merciless, cutting through the gang like a blade through paper. Arthur rode in, his rifle smoking as he fired at the advancing lawmen. The sounds of gunshots echoed through the valley, the crack of wood splintering, the screams of men, his men, filling the air. There was no plan anymore. It was just survival. Bill and Micah were holed up behind a rock, returning fire in frantic bursts. Charles was trying to get Jack to safety, his face tense with concentration. Sadie was in the middle of it all, a wild fury in her eyes as she swung her knife with abandon, cutting down anyone who dared approach. But it was all falling apart. Arthur's heart raced as he watched Dutch, who was still shouting orders, still trying to lead. But it was clear now, the man who had once been a beacon of hope, the man who had brought them all together, was lost in his own delusion. He wasn't leading anymore. He was clinging to an impossible dream, and the gang was paying for it. Hours passed before the shooting finally stopped, but the damage was done. The gang had lost men, too many men. There were bodies everywhere, scattered across the valley like discarded toys, the blood soaking into the earth. Arthur stood in the wreckage, his clothes stained, his hands still trembling from the adrenaline. His thoughts were a whirlwind, spinning in a blur of confusion and rage. There were too many questions left unanswered, too many choices they had made that now felt like death sentences. Dutch stood a few feet away, his face hard and unreadable, but there was something else in his eyes, a flicker of fear, of doubt that wasn't there before. Arthur approached him slowly, his voice low. "This was it, Dutch. We've gone too far this time. The Pinkertons aren't going to stop. You can't keep running." Dutch didn't reply at first, but his eyes darted to Arthur, a moment of vulnerability flashing across his face. But then he hardened again, the familiar mask returning. "We're not done yet, Arthur. You hear me? We're not done." Arthur didn't respond. There was nothing left to say. Dutch had made his choice, and the rest of them were just along for the ride. The wind howled through the valley again, carrying with it the scent of death, the scent of blood. Arthur stood alone, staring at the aftermath of their folly. The gang was fractured, the dream was slipping away, and there was no escaping what was coming next. The law was closing in, and Arthur knew one thing for certain. The time for running was over. They would either face it or die trying. Chapter 8, The Weight of the Past. The rain had come down in torrents that night, the sky dark and threatening, as if it too knew the gang's fate. Every drop that hit the earth seemed to drum a warning in Arthur's mind, the sound reverberating through the trees like a countdown to something inevitable. They were stuck, caught between the ever-encroaching Pinkertons and their own fractured dreams. They could run, but they couldn't escape themselves. The camp was quiet for the most part, save for the occasional crackling of the fire and the soft murmur of voices carried by the wind. Dutch, as usual, kept his distance from everyone else, his mind constantly racing, constantly searching for a way out. He had always been the one to spin the grand vision, to speak of a better life, a future of freedom where they could live on their own terms. But now, those words had begun to feel hollow, like the echo of a promise never meant to be kept. Arthur sat apart from the others, leaning against a tree at the edge of camp. His coat was soaked, the water seeping into his bones, but it was nothing compared to the chill in his chest. His thoughts were like a storm, swirling and turbulent, each memory and regret crashing against him. The gold was gone, and with it, so much of the hope that had once driven them all. It wasn't just the law that was closing in now, it was the truth, the brutal reality of their situation. Hosea was sitting near the fire, his expression as grim as it had been for days. The older man had tried to reason with Dutch, tried to convince him that they needed to lay low, take fewer risks. But Dutch had dismissed him, as he always did when someone questioned him. Arthur knew it was only a matter of time before Hosea too would see the truth that he had been avoiding all along. Dutch was no longer the leader he once was. Arthur's gaze shifted across the camp to where Sadie was sitting, sharpening her knife with an intensity that mirrored the way she lived her life. She had become something else in the last few weeks, someone who seemed more dangerous with each passing day. There was a fire in her now, a kind of recklessness that Arthur didn't quite understand. She'd always been tough, but something had changed. The more the world closed in on them, the more she seemed to embrace it, as though she was daring it to take her. Across from Sadie, Micah leaned against a tree, a smirk on his face as he spun his gun in his hand, showing off. His bravado had always been a danger, but now, with the law getting closer, it felt like a death wish. There was no mistaking the recklessness in his eyes, and Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that Micah was more trouble than he was worth. The gang had splintered, and every day, the rift grew wider. Arthur knew it wasn't just the law they were running from anymore. It was each other. Dutch's blind confidence, his refusal to see the truth, had driven them all to this point. Arthur had always trusted him, followed him, but now he wasn't so sure. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. In the distance, the sound of hooves broke through the stillness, the rhythmic thud of horses' hooves against the wet earth growing louder. Arthur stood quickly, his heart racing. He had learned to trust his instincts, and they were telling him something was wrong. "Get ready," he called out to the others, his voice low but sharp. Everyone jumped to action, scrambling to gather their weapons and prepare for whatever was coming. The fire flickered, casting long shadows against the trees as Arthur scanned the dark horizon. The wind howled louder now, the storm picking up, as if the very earth was conspiring against them. The first rider came into view, a lone figure against the darkened landscape. Arthur squinted into the rain, his heart pounding in his chest. It was a man, but who? A scout from the Pinkertons? Or perhaps someone from a neighboring town? As the figure drew closer, Arthur saw the unmistakable silhouette of a familiar horse, its shape etched into his memory. It was Javier riding in fast, his face grim. "Arthur," he shouted through the rain, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. "We've got company." Arthur's stomach dropped. He knew what that meant. The Pinkertons were closing in, and this time there would be no easy escape. They moved quickly, gathering what little they had left, preparing to flee once again. But Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. There was no place to hide anymore, no safe haven. The law was everywhere, and they were nowhere near as elusive as they had once been. Javier and the others arrived, their faces marked by the same exhaustion and fear that had begun to define their lives. Dutch had his map out, his finger tracing lines on the paper as he muttered to himself, but Arthur could see the doubt in his eyes now. He had always been a man who led with conviction, but now it was clear that Dutch didn't know what to do anymore. "Dutch," Arthur said, his voice low, "we can't keep doing this. We need to lay low. We can't outrun them forever." Dutch's eyes snapped up, his expression hard. "We don't stop running, Arthur. You know that. You've always known that. You want to give up? You want to surrender?" Arthur's heart ached at the question. He had always stood by Dutch. He had always believed in the cause, in the dream of a better life, a free life. But now, the dream was slipping away, and the man he had followed seemed more like a shadow of himself. Dutch's words no longer rang with the same conviction, the same hope they once had. "I'm not giving up," Arthur said, his voice tight. "But I'm not blind, Dutch. We're not going to make it if we keep going like this." Dutch's face twisted in frustration, but he said nothing more. The silence between them was heavy, suffocating. It was clear that there was no changing Dutch's mind. He was determined to press on, to fight, no matter the cost. And Arthur wasn't sure if he could follow him any longer. The rain didn't let up, but neither did the gang. They moved out, slipping into the night like shadows themselves, trying to stay hidden, trying to keep a step ahead of the Pinkertons. But the distance between them and the law was closing fast. And even if they managed to outrun them for a little while longer, Arthur knew that the real battle wasn't with the law, it was with themselves. As the gang rode through the darkness, Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to give. The tension in the air was thick, every member of the gang on edge, every glance filled with unspoken words, unacknowledged fears. They had once been a family, bound by loyalty, by trust, by the dream of freedom. But now, that bond was fraying. They were no longer a family. They were a group of people clinging to survival, each one with their own agenda, their own fears. The law was coming, but the real danger was something far worse. The unraveling of everything they had fought for. The loss of the dream they had once believed in. As the night wore on, the storm showed no signs of letting up. Arthur kept riding, his eyes scanning the horizon, his mind racing. The sound of hooves in the distance seemed to follow them, like the specter of their own demise. The wind whipped at his face, the cold biting into his skin. But it wasn't the chill he feared. It was the weight of the past. The weight of all the choices they had made, all the people they had hurt, and all the dreams they had crushed. And in that moment, Arthur knew that there was no escaping it. The past had caught up with them, and there was no running from it anymore. Chapter 9, Bronte's Web. The days in Saint Denis passed like a fever dream, a blur of bright lights, shadows, and heavy smells of industry and decay. Saint Denis was a city of contradictions, grand and opulent on one hand, decaying and filthy on the other. The wealth was undeniable, but it was built on the back of sweat, crime, and corruption. In the distance, the skyline gleamed, tall buildings catching the rays of the sun. But when you ventured into the alleyways, the dirt and squalor were more than apparent. It felt like the world of the rich and the poor were miles apart. Yet here, they lived side by side. Arthur could feel the oppressive weight of the city, the suffocating presence of lawmen and crooked politicians watching every move the gang made. Every street corner felt like a trap. Every person in the crowd, a potential enemy. He could smell the lies in the air. They'd set up camp in an old warehouse on the outskirts, far enough from the central districts to avoid drawing too much attention, but close enough to the docks and the train stations to make quick escapes if needed. Dutch was insistent that this was the right place. It wasn't, but Arthur had learned to pick his battles. For now, the gang needed a roof, and the warehouse would do. The gang, for the most part, kept to themselves. Outlaws and misfits, they kept a low profile in the city, staying away from the glitzy avenues and the fancy clubs. They were here for one reason, and one reason only: the promise of wealth, and more importantly, the promise of freedom. Dutch had made the connection with Angelo Bronte, the man who seemed to run the show in Saint Denis. Bronte was a man of mystery, always impeccably dressed, his silver-tongued speeches smooth and manipulative, hiding a mind as sharp as a knife. He had wealth, he had connections, and most crucially, he had influence in places the gang had never dreamed of. "I don't trust him," Arthur muttered to Hosea one evening as they watched Dutch step into the dimly lit parlor of Bronte's mansion. Hosea, ever the voice of reason, let out a soft sigh. "We don't have a choice. Bronte is the only one who can offer us a way out. He's promised us the world if we follow through. For now, we'll take what we can and keep an eye on him." Arthur wasn't so sure. Bronte's smooth, calculated demeanor never sat right with him. He had seen men like him before, always talking about grand schemes, promising riches, but at what cost? The price of doing business with a man like Bronte was never just gold. There were always strings attached, always consequences. But Dutch, with his boundless optimism, had already bought into Bronte's promises. "He's going to give us a job, something big," Dutch had said, his voice thick with excitement. "A heist that'll set us up for life. After this, we don't have to run anymore. We can settle down, start fresh." Arthur's gut twisted at the thought. The gang had been running from lawmen, bounty hunters, and rival gangs for so long. A part of him longed for the freedom Dutch promised, but another part of him, deep down, knew it would never last. There was no such thing as an easy way out. The first meeting with Bronte was everything Arthur had feared and more. Bronte's mansion was everything the man's reputation suggested. Tall, imposing, with gardens that stretched out far beyond what Arthur had ever thought possible in a city like Saint Denis. The interior was opulent, with velvet curtains, polished marble floors, and chandeliers that gleamed like diamonds in the sunlight. It was a world Arthur had never belonged to, and it made him feel like a ghost in someone else's dream. Dutch and Bronte met in the drawing room, exchanging pleasantries and empty words. Bronte was charming, his smile disarming, his voice smooth and deep. He looked like a man who had everything, and was willing to give it all to the right people. Arthur kept his distance, watching the interaction from a corner of the room. Bronte's gaze flicked toward him more than once, his eyes studying Arthur with that quiet, calculating intensity that made Arthur feel uncomfortable. "You've brought quite the crew with you, Mr. van der Linde," Bronte remarked, his eyes sweeping over the gang. "But there is one man who stands out among them, Arthur Morgan. Yes, the man with a reputation." Arthur's jaw tightened. He didn't like hearing his name thrown around like that. Bronte had done his research, no doubt, but Arthur didn't care much for the attention. He wasn't here for praise or for respect. He was here for the money. "I've heard a lot about you," Bronte continued, his voice silkier than before. "A man of principle, a man who knows what needs to be done. I like that in a person." Arthur didn't say a word, but his gaze never wavered from Bronte. He wasn't fooled by the honeyed words. It was all part of the game. The conversation between Dutch and Bronte continued, punctuated by offers and promises of wealth. Bronte was offering them a job, a big one, no doubt, a robbery that would see them break into the vaults of a powerful, corrupt politician. The kind of heist that could secure their future for good. Bronte was pushing them toward the idea of robbing a train, something that would give them the money they needed to disappear for good. It sounded too easy, too perfect. Dutch, as always, was sold on the idea, eager to please Bronte, and eager to see the gang rise to the level of power he always dreamed of. Arthur wasn't so convinced. He knew better than anyone that things rarely went as planned. A man like Bronte wasn't handing out opportunities without asking for something in return. Later that night, as the gang huddled around the fire in their camp, Arthur could feel the tension building. The others were excited, planning the job, imagining how they would spend the money, but Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that they were heading for a cliff, and they wouldn't even see it until they'd already fallen off. "You trust him?" Arthur asked Hosea quietly, his voice low, as if afraid someone might overhear. Hosea gave a long, slow look at Dutch, who was speaking animatedly with Micah and Bill, already hashing out the details of the heist. I don't trust him, but we're out of options. Bronte has what we need. If we do this right, we can make it out. But Arthur, Hosea's voice turned serious, I'm not so sure this is the path we want to take. It feels wrong. Arthur didn't answer. He stared into the fire, watching the flames dance. The night was quiet, but his thoughts were anything but. They had to do it. There was no turning back now. But deep down, he felt the weight of the choices they were making. Every step forward seemed to drag them deeper into a world they didn't understand and couldn't escape. Dutch's words echoed in his mind. We're so close, Arthur. This is our chance. But as Arthur looked around the camp, he couldn't help but wonder how much more they could take. How many more lives could be lost before it all came crashing down. As the days passed, the preparations for the heist went forward. The gang's energy shifted, a strange mix of hope and dread. Dutch's feverish optimism filled the air, and the others followed him like they always did, some with more reluctance than others. Arthur, however, felt the weight of their decisions more than anyone. He had seen enough of this life to know that it wasn't the riches that mattered. It was survival. And the closer they got to the job, the more he realized that this might be the one that broke them. But for now, there was nothing he could do. They had already crossed the line, and there was no going back. Chapter 10, The Long Road to Nowhere. The morning mist clung to the trees like ghosts, a thin veil of fog that stretched across the valley, covering the world in an eerie stillness. It had been days since they had ridden from camp, each mile heavier than the last. The landscape had turned into a bleak, unwelcoming stretch of wilderness, the kind of place that felt as though it was swallowing them whole. They were no longer running toward something, they were just running. Arthur had been in worse situations, many times before, but the sense of futility that clung to him now was something new. The gang had come so far through so many hardships, but it seemed that the end was inevitable. Every decision, every move they made now felt like a step toward a place they couldn't escape. The law, the betrayal, the distance between them all, it was all closing in, tighter than ever. They had stopped at a small creek, its waters running with a gentle murmur, offering a brief respite from the ever-present tension. Horses were hobbled by the banks, drinking their fill, while the gang members scattered about, some trying to keep busy with menial tasks, others simply sitting in silence. The air was thick, heavy with the knowledge that they couldn't keep running forever. Arthur sat by a fire, trying to warm his chilled bones, the rain from the night before still clinging to his coat. His gaze was distant, lost in thought, his hands restless as he poked at the fire. Every part of him ached, not just from the cold, but from the weight of what was happening. Dutch had become more erratic in the past days, his plans growing more desperate, more unpredictable. Each time he spoke of freedom or a better life, Arthur couldn't help but wonder if Dutch even believed those words anymore, or if he was just trying to convince himself. Hosea had warned him, warned all of them, that they were heading down a dangerous road, and Arthur had always been able to listen to Hosea, trust him when things seemed uncertain. But now, it felt like everyone was scrambling, searching for something that no longer existed. The gang had always been a family, but that family was breaking apart at the seams. Sadie had been distant for the last few days, and Arthur could feel the weight of it every time she walked past. She was always tough, unafraid of a fight, but there was something different about her now. Her eyes were hard, her movements sharp, as though she were constantly preparing for something worse that was still to come. She didn't speak much, but when she did, it was always with an edge, like a threat hanging just behind every word. She was sharpening her knife again, her usual spot by the edge of the camp, a place where she could keep to herself. But Arthur noticed how she glanced up, how her eyes would catch his for just a moment before quickly looking away. There was something wrong between them, something unspoken that neither of them dared to address. It was the same with everyone. No one could look each other in the eye anymore. Not for long anyway. Arthur couldn't blame them. There were times when even he didn't want to look in the mirror. He wasn't the man he had been when he first joined the gang. The weight of the things they had done, the lies, the violence, the promises they had broken, was starting to crush him, and there was no running from it anymore. Micah was, as always, near the center of the camp, trying to make himself the center of attention. He was constantly talking, spinning tales, laughing too loud, as though his bravado could mask the fear that everyone could see in his eyes. He had become a shadow of the man he once was, a person who reveled in chaos but wasn't equipped to face the consequences. Arthur couldn't stand the way Micah carried on, as if he wasn't living in the middle of a nightmare. But there was something deeper that Arthur couldn't ignore. Micah was a symptom of the sickness in the gang. His reckless nature, his hunger for destruction, had festered and grown. And now, with the Pinkertons breathing down their necks, with the threat of death at every turn, Micah seemed to revel in the chaos. He was dangerous, and Arthur had known it for a long time. He had made his peace with Micah a long time ago. He didn't trust the man, never had. But now it felt like the last remaining thread of the gang's unity was slipping away with every word Micah said. Dutch had always turned a blind eye to his actions, to his reckless decisions, but even Dutch couldn't ignore the damage Micah was doing anymore. Or maybe he just didn't care. The day passed slowly, the sun hanging in the sky like a dim memory, as if even the heavens themselves had grown tired of this endless chase. The gang was on edge, the silence heavy, punctuated only by the occasional sharp word, the shuffle of boots on the muddy ground, or the distant call of a bird. Arthur was still trying to figure out what to do next. His mind was spinning, and he could feel the familiar gnawing anxiety beginning to creep up on him again. They were running out of options, running out of places to hide. He could feel the eyes of his comrades on him now, watching him more closely than ever, waiting for some kind of decision. He had always been good in a fight, always been someone they could rely on when it came to getting out of a tough situation. But this was different. They couldn't fight their way out of this one. Arthur knew that no matter what happened next, it wouldn't be easy. The law was coming, and they were surrounded. It wasn't just the Pinkertons anymore. It was every bounty hunter, every sheriff, every man who had ever wanted to take a piece of them down. The gang had been too bold, too careless, and now they were paying the price for it. The evening drew on and Dutch called the gang together. His voice, always so full of promise, now sounded strained, like it was cracking under the weight of the world. He spoke of their next move, of how they could make one last big score and escape to a new life, how they could outrun the law once and for all. His words, though, rang false in Arthur's ears. There was no escape from this. The gang was unraveling, and there was no going back. Arthur stood at the edge of the circle, his arms crossed, his face a mask of frustration and disbelief. Dutch was trying so hard to convince them, trying to make them believe in something that was no longer real. It was all a game to him now, a desperate bid to hold on to something he had lost long ago. But Arthur knew better. He had seen this before. The way Dutch manipulated the truth, the way he bent reality to fit his needs, and he couldn't ignore it anymore. The gang was broken. There was no saving them. The meeting ended in silence, each member of the gang retreating into themselves, unwilling to confront the truth that had become clear to Arthur. The road ahead was nothing but a long, unforgiving stretch of empty promises and broken dreams. That night, as Arthur lay in his bedroll, his thoughts were a whirlwind. He had fought for this gang, fought for Dutch, but now it felt like everything was slipping through his fingers. His loyalty, his sense of duty, it all felt like it was fading. The gang had been a family once, a place where he had found purpose, but now it felt like nothing more than a shadow of what it had been. The world was closing in, and Arthur could feel the weight of it pressing down on him. The law was coming, the end was near, and there was nothing left to do but wait. Chapter 11, The Shattered Dream. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows across the camp as the gang sat in uneasy silence. The events of the past few days had pushed everyone to the brink, but the uncertainty was starting to take its toll in ways that Arthur hadn't anticipated. There was a palpable tension in the air, something that made his bones ache. Every conversation, every glance shared between the members of the gang felt loaded, thick with meaning, yet no one dared to speak the truth aloud. The law was closing in. Dutch's grand plans were unraveling. The hope that once bound them all together, the promise of freedom, of a life beyond the law, was slipping further away with each passing day. Arthur sat near the fire, staring into the flames, his mind racing. He had been quiet for days now, mostly keeping to himself. The weight of everything was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. He had spent years following Dutch, believing in him, in the cause. But that belief had begun to crack, and now it felt like there was nothing left but the ruins of a dream. Around the fire, the faces of the gang members were etched with exhaustion, but more than that, doubt. Sadie was sharpening her knife again, the metal scraping against stone, her face set in a hard expression. Micah was telling some wild tale, as usual, trying to make light of the situation, but his eyes were darting around, never staying still. Hosea had already retreated into the trees, as he often did when things got heavy, his old eyes clouded with the weight of too many years of fighting a losing battle. But it was Dutch's face that Arthur couldn't stop looking at. The once confident, ever hopeful leader was beginning to crack. The firelight danced on his face, but there was no spark left in his eyes. He had always been the one to guide them, to push them forward, but now, with every failed plan, every false promise, it felt like he was just a man clinging to the last vestiges of something he had lost long ago. Arthur had seen this before. People who couldn't let go, who refused to acknowledge the inevitable. It wasn't just Dutch, though. Every single one of them had become a reflection of that same desperation. The gang was fractured, and Arthur could feel it in his bones. The night stretched on, and as the camp fell into silence, Arthur found himself restless. He couldn't sleep. His mind kept drifting back to the decision he had made that afternoon, to ride out on his own, away from the camp, to think. He needed space to clear his head, to figure out what to do next. The weight of the gang's troubles, the law breathing down their necks, and Dutch's spiraling behavior, it was all too much. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees as he led his horse toward a small, secluded clearing. The sky overhead was dark and foreboding, the clouds heavy with the promise of rain. Arthur dismounted and tied his horse to a nearby tree, then walked into the center of the clearing, looking up at the dark sky. He wasn't sure what he was searching for. Answers, maybe? A sign? Anything that could guide him through the fog that had settled over his mind. Flashback. As the cold air whipped around him, Arthur's mind drifted back to when he first joined Dutch's gang, to a time when things had felt simpler. He was younger then, full of fire and ambition. Dutch had promised him freedom, a life where no one told them what to do, where they could carve out a future on their own terms. And for a time, it had felt real. It had felt possible. There were moments back then when the gang was truly a family. They laughed, they fought, they survived together. The bond they shared had been undeniable. But now it was all falling apart. The dream of freedom had become nothing more than a hollow echo, a ghost haunting their every step. Arthur remembered the first time Dutch had told him they could be anything, that they could be more than outlaws, more than men running from the law. It was a memory that still held weight, even now, even as the gang crumbled beneath the weight of their own lies. But the truth, the cold, hard truth, had begun to sink in. There was no future, not the kind Dutch had promised anyway. The world was closing in, and they were running out of time. Arthur's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind him. He turned, his hand instinctively reaching for his revolver, but relaxed when he saw who it was. Sadie stood a few paces away, her eyes tired, but there was something different about her tonight. She wasn't the same woman who had sharp words for everyone. She wasn't the same person who had charged into every fight with reckless abandon. There was a quiet intensity in her eyes now, an exhaustion that matched Arthur's own. "You're not sleeping either, huh?" Arthur asked, his voice rough. Sadie shook her head. "No, feels like we're just waiting for something to break. I don't know about you, but I can feel it in the air." Arthur nodded. He knew exactly what she meant. It felt like everything was on the edge of collapse. The camp, Dutch's leadership, the very idea of freedom that they had fought so hard for. It was all slipping through their fingers, and they didn't know how to stop it. "I've been thinking a lot," Arthur said, his voice low, almost as if he were speaking to himself. "About everything, about Dutch, about the gang. I thought we were all in this together, that we could make something out of nothing. But it's all falling apart. It doesn't feel like a family anymore. It feels like a burden." Sadie nodded slowly, her gaze softening as she stepped closer. "I get it, Arthur. I do. But you gotta be careful, all right? Dutch, he's not the man he used to be, but he still thinks he can pull us out of this. He still thinks he's got a plan. He's not gonna listen to you or to me. Hell, I don't even know if he'll listen to himself at this point." Arthur's jaw tightened. "I don't know what to do anymore. I'm stuck between what we've always done and what we need to do. And I don't know if I can keep doing it. I'm tired, Sadie. We're all tired." She met his eyes, a strange understanding passing between them. "I know, but sometimes we don't get to choose how things end. Sometimes we just gotta make the best of what we got left." Arthur turned back to the sky, the wind biting at his skin. "I wish there was a way out, a way for all of us." Sadie's voice was quiet but firm. "Maybe there is, but it won't come from running. You've got to make a choice, Arthur. You can't let Dutch drag you down with him." The sound of hooves broke the silence, pulling Arthur from his thoughts. He turned to see Dutch riding into the clearing, his face grim, his eyes scanning the trees around them. "We need to talk," Dutch said, his voice unusually strained. Arthur exchanged a look with Sadie before nodding. They followed Dutch, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. Dutch had always been the one to lead them, to chart their course, but now his direction seemed uncertain. He was desperate, trying to hold on to a dream that was long gone. As they rode back to camp, the sky darkened further, the storm now a certainty. It was as if the heavens themselves were mirroring the storm brewing within the gang. Dutch had no answers, no more promises to offer. Just a wild-eyed hope that somehow, against all odds, they could outrun the world. But Arthur knew better now. There was no outrunning this. The past had caught up with them, and the future was something none of them could see. Chapter 12. The Price of Loyalty. The night air was cold, biting through the layers of Arthur's coat as he sat near the fire, his hands wrapped around a mug of lukewarm coffee. The gang had settled into a temporary camp at the edge of a narrow canyon, the rocky walls rising high above them, cutting off their escape routes. The silence in the camp was stifling, the kind of silence that speaks louder than any words could. Arthur could feel it deep in his bones, the sense of unease, the feeling that something was about to snap. The rain had been coming down in sheets for the past few hours, drenching everything in sight. The horses were huddled together beneath a makeshift shelter, their coats dark with the weight of the storm. The campfire was struggling against the elements, the flame flickering erratically in the damp air. Arthur couldn't remember the last time he had felt warm, not truly. The cold seeped into his very bones. And it wasn't just the weather, the cold inside him, the bitterness, the anger. It was growing too. He looked over at Dutch, who was standing by a small group near the edge of the camp, speaking in low tones. His usual charisma had faded, replaced by something darker, more desperate. The light in his eyes was no longer one of hope or determination. Instead, it was a wild, almost manic gleam, as if he had convinced himself that this was still a game that only he could win. Arthur had watched Dutch carefully these past few days. He had seen the cracks beginning to form, the erosion of the man who had once been so confident, so sure of his ability to lead them all to freedom. But now, Dutch's plans were becoming more erratic, more reckless. His speech was filled with half-formed ideas, contradictory strategies, and a sense of urgency that could not be ignored. Arthur had always been loyal to Dutch, even when the world seemed to be falling apart around them. But that loyalty was being tested in ways it never had been before. He had given everything to the gang, his strength, his will, his very soul. But now, it was as though he was holding on to a rope that was slipping through his fingers. The things they had done, the robberies, the violence, the lies, had weighed on him for so long that they were starting to feel like chains, binding him to a life he could no longer justify. Hosea had tried to warn them, tried to show Dutch that their time was running out, that the way they were living could not continue. But Dutch had dismissed him, just as he had dismissed Arthur's concerns. The Pinkertons were closing in, bounty hunters were everywhere, and the world outside was crumbling. Yet Dutch refused to acknowledge it. His eyes were locked on some distant future, a dream that no longer seemed possible. Arthur couldn't help but wonder if Dutch even saw him anymore. The way he looked at him now, it wasn't the same as it had been. There was a distance, a coldness that had settled between them. It hurt in ways Arthur hadn't expected, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had always followed Dutch, trusted him, but now it felt like that trust had been misplaced. A loud crack echoed through the camp, followed by the sound of shouting. Arthur's hand immediately went to his sidearm, his body tense as the familiar adrenaline rush kicked in. But it wasn't an attack. It was Micah, as usual, getting into an argument with Bill. Arthur stood up, brushing the dirt off his pants as he moved toward the noise. Micah's voice was rising, harsh and full of venom, but it was Bill who had the last word. "You better shut your mouth, Micah. You're not getting anywhere with that attitude," Bill growled, stepping toward him. The others were beginning to gather around, including Sadie, who looked equally displeased. She wasn't one for drama, but it was clear that the tensions had reached their breaking point. Everyone had their own way of dealing with the pressure, but Micah's reckless attitude was wearing on all of them. His every move seemed to push the gang closer to the edge. Dutch finally stepped in, trying to calm things down, but there was no denying the frustration in his voice. He spoke as if he were still in control, still the man who could solve everything, but there was an uncertainty there that was impossible to ignore. Arthur had seen enough. He wasn't going to sit through another one of Micah's tirades, nor listen to Dutch's hollow reassurances. His patience was thinning, and he needed to be away from the madness, away from the chaos that was consuming them all. He turned, walking toward the trees at the edge of the camp, away from the argument. He needed space to think, to breathe. His mind was racing with all the things he had seen, all the things he had done. Every time he closed his eyes, the faces of the people they had wronged stared back at him. Every decision he had made in the past felt like it had led them here, to this moment of despair. The weight of it all was suffocating, and Arthur could feel the last remnants of his old self slipping away. He was no longer the man who believed in Dutch's vision of a better life. He was no longer the man who thought they could outrun the law, outrun the world. He was just a man trying to survive, trying to find something worth living for. But there was nothing left for him, not here, not with these people. The gang had become a hollow shell, a collection of broken dreams and wasted potential. And Arthur was starting to realize that his loyalty had come at a steep price, a price he could no longer afford to pay. Arthur spent the next few hours alone, walking through the rain, the wet earth squelching beneath his boots. The forest around him was dark and silent, the trees towering above him like silent sentinels. The storm was still raging, but it didn't matter. It had been a long time since Arthur had cared about the weather. He had become numb to the elements, just as he had become numb to the chaos within the gang. As he walked, his mind kept drifting back to his conversations with Sadie. She had been the only one who seemed to understand, the only one who didn't bury her head in the sand and pretend everything was fine. Sadie had made it clear that she wasn't going to stick around if things kept going the way they were, and Arthur couldn't blame her. He didn't know how much longer he could stay either. He stopped at the edge of a cliff, looking out over the valley below. The rain had stopped, leaving the landscape slick and shimmering under the pale light of the moon. For the first time in days, Arthur felt a sense of clarity, a fleeting moment of peace. But it didn't last long. The reality of what he had to do, the choices he had to make, crept back into his mind. He had to leave. He didn't know how. He didn't know when. But staying with the gang, staying with Dutch, it wasn't an option anymore. The dream was dead. The family he had once fought for was long gone. The only thing left was survival. Chapter 13, The Weight of the Past. The morning light barely pierced through the thick clouds overhead, casting a dull gray over the camp. The rain had stopped, but the storm had left its mark. the earth slick and heavy with the weight of the night's downpour. The scent of wet grass and damp earth lingered in the air, mixing with the faint smell of campfire smoke that still clung to the trees. Arthur sat by the fire, his back against a rock, staring into the flames. He hadn't slept much, not with the thoughts racing through his mind, relentless and unyielding. It felt like the weight of everything, of the years spent running, of the lies, the betrayals, the broken promises, was pressing down on him all at once. It was suffocating. Every moment in this camp felt like a moment closer to an end he couldn't escape, a culmination of everything that had been set in motion long ago. He rubbed his face with his rough hands, trying to push away the weariness, but it lingered, deeper than the exhaustion of the body. It was the weariness of the soul, the weight of too many regrets, too many things left unsaid, too many choices that couldn't be undone. The sound of footsteps snapped him from his thoughts. He looked up to see Sadie approaching, her eyes set with determination, her face shadowed by the same sense of unease that had gripped the camp in recent days. She didn't say anything at first, just sat beside him, pulling her coat tighter around her. Arthur didn't have to ask what was on her mind. He could see it in her eyes, the same thing that had been gnawing at him, the same thing that had been gnawing at all of them. "How long do you think we can keep doing this?" Sadie asked finally, her voice low, almost like she was afraid to hear the answer. Arthur sighed, looking at the fire. "Not much longer," he admitted. "Dutch, he's lost it, Sadie. He's not the man he used to be, and I think we're all starting to see that." She nodded, her jaw tight. "I thought we were a family. Hell, I thought we were building something real. But now it feels like we're just waiting for the end." Arthur didn't have a response to that, because Sadie was right. They had been waiting for something for so long, a future that felt as real as the lies they had been telling themselves. Now, that future seemed more distant than ever, a mirage that had vanished the moment they started to run out of time. The morning passed in a blur, the usual routine of packing up camp and moving on, but there was no joy in it anymore, no excitement. It was just survival. They weren't living, they were waiting for the inevitable. It was the same every day now, ride, hide, survive. No purpose, no plan, no hope. As they rode, Arthur couldn't help but notice how everyone was beginning to pull away from each other. Dutch's frantic energy was starting to wear on even the most loyal of them. Micah, of course, still followed Dutch blindly, his voice louder than ever, stirring up trouble whenever he could. Bill seemed torn, unsure of whose side he was really on anymore. Sadie, Hosea, Charles, they all had their doubts, but none of them spoke them out loud. Not yet. Arthur had spent years following Dutch, believing in him, believing in the cause. But that belief had become something ugly, something dangerous. The loyalty that had once held the gang together now felt like a chain, dragging them all down. As the sun began to set, the gang made camp near a small cabin tucked away in a valley. It was a peaceful location, tucked far enough from prying eyes that it seemed like a safe place to rest. But Arthur knew better. Safety was an illusion now. The world was getting smaller, the walls closing in. Dutch gathered everyone around the fire, his voice as loud and commanding as it had always been. But there was something desperate in it now. It was the kind of desperation that came when a man was running out of options, when his world was falling apart and he didn't know how to stop it. "We're not finished," Dutch said, his eyes wild, scanning the faces of the gang. "We're just getting started. We've got one more job, one more chance to make everything right." Arthur's stomach churned at the words. The same tired promise, the same lie. One more job, one more heist, one more victory. But it was never enough. It hadn't been enough for years. Dutch had been chasing this dream for too long, and now it had become a nightmare. "How many more times, Dutch?" Arthur spoke before he could stop himself. His voice was rough, the words coming out as a challenge rather than a question. Dutch turned to him, his expression a mixture of surprise and hurt. "What are you talking about, Arthur? We're family. We stick together. This is how we get through this. Together." Arthur shook his head, his anger rising. "We're not a family, Dutch, not anymore. We're a bunch of people stuck in a lie, chasing a dream that's already dead, and you're too damn stubborn to see it." The camp went silent. The fire crackled, but it was like the whole world had paused. waiting for Dutch's response. Arthur felt every pair of eyes on him, but he didn't care. His chest was tight, the words spilling out before he could stop them. This life, this gang, it's killing us, Dutch. You can't lead us out of this mess anymore. You never could. There was a moment of stillness. Dutch's face twisted, a mix of hurt and rage. I've always looked out for you, Arthur. I've always had your back. Arthur's heart twisted at the words, but he couldn't stop. You've been looking out for yourself, Dutch. We've been following you, but you're leading us to ruin. The silence stretched on, the weight of the truth hanging heavy in the air. Dutch's eyes narrowed, and for the first time in a long time, Arthur saw a flicker of doubt in them, but it was quickly replaced by anger. You don't understand, Dutch spat, his voice cold. You don't see the bigger picture. This is our time. This is our last chance. Last chance for what? Arthur said, his voice shaking with frustration. To die on the run? To end up in a grave like the rest of us? Dutch stood up, his voice shaking now with the intensity of his conviction. I will not let us fall apart. I will not let you betray me. Arthur stood, the anger building in his chest. You don't get it, do you, Dutch? We're already falling apart. It's over. There was a long pause, as if Dutch was trying to come to terms with what had just been said. His expression shifted, but there was no real understanding behind it. Just rage. You're a coward, Arthur, Dutch said, his voice cold and final. You've always been a coward. The words cut deeper than Arthur cared to admit. He felt the sting, but he didn't flinch. Not this time. He was done being the one to hold everything together. He was done being loyal to a man who didn't see the damage he had caused. Arthur turned and walked away from the fire, his steps heavy as he moved toward the trees. He didn't know where he was going, didn't know what would come next. But it didn't matter, he was done. The life he had known, everything he had believed in, was slipping away. The only thing left to do was move forward. Later that night, as Arthur lay awake in his bedroll, staring at the canopy of trees above him, the weight of what had happened settled in. He had spoken the truth. It had been long overdue. And in doing so, he had crossed a line with Dutch, one that couldn't be uncrossed. But the truth had to be said. And maybe, just maybe, it would be the beginning of the end of this twisted life they had built. The end of the gang, the end of their endless running. But for Arthur, it felt like the beginning of something else. Something uncertain. Something that might lead him down a path he couldn't yet see. Chapter 14, The Fall of a Dream. The dawn broke like a wound across the sky, pale and raw, the sunlight barely strong enough to push through the thick canopy of clouds that had settled over the land. It was quiet in the camp, an unsettling quiet. The usual hum of voices, the clang of pans and dishes, the low murmurs of conversation, nothing. There was just the crackling of the fire, the soft rustling of the horses, and the whisper of the wind through the trees. Arthur sat at the edge of the camp, his hands resting on his knees, his eyes scanning the horizon. The world around him was still, almost too still. It had been days since the confrontation with Dutch, and the air in the gang had only grown heavier. No one had spoken directly about it, but the tension was palpable, suffocating. Arthur had tried to sleep, tried to shake off the restless thoughts that plagued him, but it was no use. Every time he closed his eyes, the images of the past few days flashed before him. Dutch's words, the anger in his eyes, the disbelief, the betrayal. He had crossed a line. There was no going back now. He glanced around at the faces of the people in the camp, those still loyal to Dutch. Bill and Micah were whispering to each other, their voices low and conspiratorial. They had always been Dutch's closest followers, but now there was something different about them. Micah's smirk had grown darker, more malicious. Bill, once a jovial and loyal member, now seemed to wear a permanent scowl, a shadow of the man he once was. Arthur turned his gaze toward Hosea, who was sitting apart from the group, quietly whittling at a piece of wood. The older man hadn't said much since the confrontation. He had seen the change in Dutch, too. And yet, despite his quiet wisdom, Hosea couldn't see any way out of the mess they were in. Arthur knew that. They were all trapped, caught in a cycle of violence and lies that seemed impossible to break. The sound of hooves breaking the silence interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Dutch riding into the camp, his face drawn and pale, but his eyes still burning with that manic intensity. There was no mistaking it now. Dutch was slipping, losing control of himself, and with it, losing control of the gang. "Gather up, everyone," Dutch called, his voice high, too eager. "We've got a job to do. We can't let this be the end. We'll get through it, together." Arthur didn't move, his gaze steady on Dutch. He could feel the crackling tension in the air, could feel the weight of every eye in the camp as they looked to their leader. But it wasn't the same anymore. The blind devotion that had once bound them all together was fraying at the edges, and for Arthur, the dream that Dutch had sold them on was no longer worth fighting for. Dutch's eyes scanned the camp, lingering on Arthur for just a moment too long before he turned his attention to the others. He spoke as though he had something to prove, but Arthur could see through it. The man who had once been the leader of this gang, the man who had given them purpose, was now a shadow of his former self. It was all unraveling. The job Dutch was talking about was simple, too simple. They were to rob a train, just like they had done so many times before. But there was a dangerous edge to it now. The law was too close. The Pinkertons were everywhere, and there was no hiding anymore. Everyone knew that. But Dutch insisted. The plan was flawless, he said. And this time, it would be different. Arthur rode out with the gang, but his heart wasn't in it. As they made their way through the forest, past familiar landmarks, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were heading straight for disaster. He had seen this before, Dutch's blind optimism, his refusal to face the reality of their situation. The closer they got to the train tracks, the more Arthur's gut twisted with unease. He had seen Dutch push them this far before, and each time the stakes had gotten higher, the danger more intense. But now, Arthur couldn't ignore the voice in his head telling him that this time, they wouldn't make it out. And the thing was, Dutch didn't even see it. He had become so lost in his own vision of what they could be that he couldn't see the destruction he was causing. The gang was splintering. Their loyalty was no longer unquestioned. The dream was dead. When the train finally appeared on the horizon, Arthur's hand tightened around the reins. His stomach churned as they set into position. Micah, Bill, and the others were already in place, ready to make their move. But Arthur couldn't bring himself to get excited, couldn't bring himself to feel the adrenaline rush he had once relished. They took the train with practiced precision. The crew jumped into action, robbing the passengers, grabbing what they could. Dutch's orders came fast and sharp, his voice cutting through the chaos. Arthur moved mechanically, his actions rote, but his mind was elsewhere, drifting in the storm of thoughts that had overtaken him. The world felt numb, distant, as though he was watching everything happen from a great distance. It wasn't until he saw the first of the lawmen come into view that his heart skipped a beat. Then the second, the third. It wasn't just a few riders, there was an entire posse behind them, the Pinkertons. They had been waiting for them. Dutch hadn't planned for this, and it became clear in that instant that this was no longer just another robbery. This was a fight for their lives. Chaos erupted, gunfire rang out, horses screamed. The sound of men shouting filled the air as Arthur raced toward the trees, his heart pounding in his chest. The gang had been caught off guard. Dutch's plan was falling apart, and Arthur could see the panic setting in. "Move," Arthur shouted, grabbing the reins of his horse, his mind moving faster than his body. He could hear Dutch's voice in the distance, still trying to rally the gang, still trying to convince them they could win. But Arthur wasn't so sure anymore. He broke from the group, spurring his horse through the trees. The Pinkertons were closing in. The sounds of gunfire echoed in the distance, and he knew the others were in trouble, but he couldn't look back. He couldn't stay. He had to get away. Later that night, as he lay in a small cave tucked far from the chaos, Arthur stared into the fire, his thoughts running wild. The escape had been lucky, too lucky. The rest of the gang had scattered, some making it out, some not. Dutch had insisted they'd regroup, but Arthur knew that wasn't possible. Not anymore. The dream was gone. And in its place, all that was left was a broken man, a fractured gang, and a road that seemed to have no end. Chapter 15, Breaking Point. The days had bled into each other, indistinguishable in their endless struggle. There was no peace to be found now. Every time Arthur closed his eyes, he could feel the weight of it, the mistakes, the broken promises, the lives lost because of the dream they had all chased. But Dutch's voice still echoed in his ears, still pulled at him like a tether to something that no longer existed. The camp was quiet, far too quiet for comfort. The usual firelight chatter was replaced with whispered conversations and tense glances. Micah was the only one who seemed to revel in the chaos, his voice louder and more mocking with every passing day, his allegiances clear. Dutch's once firm hand was now wavering, grasping at any straw that would keep the gang from falling apart entirely. Arthur sat at the edge of the camp again, the cold wind biting at his face as he watched the embers burn low. The sounds of the others faded into the background as his thoughts consumed him. He could hear Dutch talking to Bill and Micah, his voice rising in frustration, trying to rally the gang, but the desperation was clear now. It was the desperation of a man who had lost control but refused to acknowledge it. The gang was divided. Sadie, Hosea, and Charles were on the verge of walking away. They had said it in quiet moments, whispered doubts that seemed to be growing louder every day. The tension was unbearable. Arthur could feel the fissures spreading, and Dutch couldn't see it. Or worse, he refused to. "Arthur," a voice broke through his reverie. It was Hosea, his old friend and mentor. The older man had a look on his face that Arthur had come to recognize, a mixture of concern and weariness that spoke volumes more than words ever could. Arthur looked up. "Hosea, what's on your mind?" Hosea didn't sit down next to him. Instead, he paced a few steps, hands clasped behind his back, staring at the ground as if the earth itself might give him the answers he was looking for. "I've been thinking, Arthur, we're running out of time. You know that, right?" Arthur nodded. "Yeah, I know. It feels like it's all coming down around us." Hosea stopped pacing and turned to face him, his weathered eyes meeting Arthur's. "I don't think Dutch sees it. He's not seeing it, or he refuses to. And the rest of the gang? They're following him still. But how much longer can we keep this up?" Arthur's jaw tightened. He had been avoiding this conversation for days, afraid of where it might go, but he knew it was inevitable. "I don't know how much longer, but I can't follow him like this, Hosea. I can't keep pretending everything's going to be okay." Hosea's sigh was heavy, as though the weight of everything in this camp had finally caught up with him too. "You know, Arthur, I thought we were doing something good. I thought we were more than just outlaws. But now, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure Dutch ever knew what he was doing. Or maybe he did, but he lost his way somewhere, and now we're all paying for it." Arthur looked away, his gaze distant as his thoughts swirled. He knew Hosea was right. Dutch had led them into a dream, a promise of something better, but that dream had shattered long ago, and now they were stuck, chained to it, and it was tearing them apart. The gang was on edge when Dutch called a meeting that evening. The fire flickered weakly as everyone gathered around, the weight of the silence oppressive. Dutch, ever the showman, stood tall, his hand resting on the hilt of his pistol as he looked at each of them with fire in his eyes. "We're not giving up," Dutch's voice cracked through the air. "We've come too far to back down now. We've had setbacks, yes, but we're not finished." "Not yet." Micah nodded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with the same fervor that had led them into this mess in the first place. "We fight, we don't quit." Arthur glanced around the circle. Bill, always loyal to Dutch, looked eager, his face flushed with excitement. Sadie and Charles exchanged uneasy glances. Hosea stood off to the side, his expression unreadable. And then there was Arthur, standing at the back, his arms crossed, a storm raging inside him. Arthur's voice cut through the tension like a knife. "This is madness, Dutch," he said, his words heavy with the truth he could no longer keep inside. "You're running us into the ground. We've lost more people. We're on the run. The Pinkertons are after us. How long do you think we can keep this up?" Dutch's eyes flared, his face reddening. "Don't you question me, Arthur. You don't get to question me." "Then who gets to question you, Dutch?" Arthur shot back, his voice rising. "You're blind to everything. You think we're still gonna get out of this? You think we can still run and hide forever? It's over. It's all over." For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the crackling fire. Dutch stood there, breathing hard as if trying to collect his thoughts. But the storm had already passed. The words were out there now, and the damage was done. Maybe it's over for you, Dutch spat, his voice dripping with venom. Maybe you've given up, but I haven't, and I'm not giving up on this family. Arthur could feel the rift between them widening, an abyss that he knew they would never bridge. He had given everything for this gang, for Dutch, but it wasn't worth it anymore. And if that meant leaving, then so be it. I'm done, Dutch, Arthur said quietly, his voice firm but low. I'm done with all of this. I'm done with you. The words hung in the air, cutting through the tension like a blade. Dutch's face twisted, a mix of disbelief and anger. Fine, he spat, his voice cold. You're free to leave, Arthur. You've always been a coward, but when it all falls apart, you'll be the one who's left with nothing. Arthur didn't respond. He didn't need to. The gang, the family he had once believed in, was no more. And in that moment, he felt something stir inside him, something that had been buried under years of loyalty and fear. It wasn't freedom, not yet, but it was the first step toward it. That night, Arthur made his decision. As the camp slept, he packed his things quietly, his movements slow and deliberate. He didn't want to wake anyone. He didn't want to say goodbye. Not to Dutch, not to anyone. As he slipped away into the night, his heart was heavy with the knowledge that this was the end of something. The end of a dream, the end of the gang, and the beginning of whatever came next. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't know what he would do, but he knew he couldn't stay. He had to find his own path, his own way forward, before everything he had left was swallowed up by the chaos they had created. As the sound of the camp faded behind him, Arthur felt a bitter wind against his face. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and for the first time in a long while, he felt the stirrings of something resembling hope. Chapter 16, Redemption's Edge. The camp was still, as it had been for days now, like a body resting under the weight of its own exhaustion. Arthur stood near the edge of the camp, staring out at the horizon, watching as the last remnants of the sun dipped behind the mountains. His fingers brushed against the familiar worn leather of his saddle, but something had changed in him, a shift that he couldn't ignore, even as his body betrayed him. The fever was growing worse, and every breath felt like a struggle. But it wasn't just the sickness. It was the ache inside him, deeper than any bullet wound or bruise. It gnawed at him, an old wound that never fully healed. The realization hit harder now, as clear as day. He had spent most of his life running from choices, from the law, and from what he had done. He had never truly stopped to think about what he had left behind. And now, with the clock ticking down on his life, he could feel the weight of all those regrets pressing in on him. Arthur, a voice called softly from behind. It was John Marston, his tone tentative, unsure. You okay? Arthur didn't turn around, didn't even look at him. He had said what he needed to say already, back in the days when they still called each other family. He had tried to protect John, tried to save him from the path Arthur himself had walked so blindly. But John had his own fate, and Arthur was no longer sure how much he could alter that. I'm fine, John, Arthur answered quietly, his voice hoarse. Just thinking. John didn't respond immediately, but Arthur could feel him standing there, just out of reach. The camp was too quiet, and yet the air felt thick with words left unsaid. John had been a part of this gang, just as Arthur had, but there was something different about him now, something Arthur couldn't quite name. It wasn't innocence. It was something harder to define, something born of choices made and things done, just like Arthur's own. I need to talk to you about something, Arthur, John finally said, stepping closer, his boots crunching softly in the dry earth. Arthur turned his head slowly to meet John's gaze. The younger man looked worn, his eyes tired but still sharp. There were cracks in the old facade, the arrogance, the recklessness that John used to hide behind. It was a little harder to pretend now, with everything that had happened, and Arthur couldn't decide if that was a good thing or a bad thing. What is it? Arthur asked, his voice softer than usual. John paused, as if weighing his words. Then, without warning, he spoke, his words blunt and heavy. I know what you're doing, Arthur. I know you're trying to help me, trying to make things right for me, but you need to stop. Arthur's heart sank as he took in the words. The guilt, the heaviness, it was all starting to crush him. He had thought that maybe, just maybe, he could fix the things he had broken. But the more he tried to carry the weight of his past, the more it felt like it was suffocating him. "You don't owe me nothing," John continued, his voice filled with an unexpected quiet resolve. "You did enough, more than enough. But this thing between you and Dutch, it's gotta end, Arthur. It's not just you anymore." Arthur looked away again, his gaze back on the horizon. He couldn't bear the weight of John's eyes, not now. "I'm just trying to do what's right, and I know it ain't much, but I want to make sure you're taken care of." John was silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke again, slower this time, with more weight. "Arthur, I know you're sick. You've been sick for a while now, but it ain't about taking care of me. It's about you, right now. You have to stop trying to save everyone else and save yourself. You're dying, Arthur." The words hung in the air between them, thick and heavy, like a storm that had finally broken. The truth, so plain and raw, hit Arthur like a punch to the gut. He couldn't run from it anymore. He couldn't pretend. His chest tightened and the ache in his lungs grew sharper. It was a reminder of the clock ticking down, of the time he had left. He didn't have long. His life, everything he had known, was slipping away. "I'm sorry, John," Arthur whispered, his voice cracking. John stepped closer, putting a hand on his shoulder, the gesture unexpected but grounding. "You don't need to be sorry, Arthur. You just need to let go. You've done enough. You've given enough. Now it's time for you to find peace." Arthur didn't answer. He couldn't. Peace, he wasn't sure it was something he deserved, but John's words resonated in him, deep and true. It was time to stop running. That night, as the camp settled into a tense silence, Arthur went to see Sadie. She was sitting by the fire, sharpening a knife, her face hard and unreadable. Arthur sat down next to her, feeling the weight of his own decisions pressing down on him like never before. "Sadie," he said quietly, his voice rough, "I need to tell you something." Sadie didn't look at him right away, but she did stop sharpening the knife. Her eyes flickered toward him, something softening in their depths. "What is it, Arthur?" Arthur hesitated. For a moment, he wasn't sure how to say it, but he knew it had to be said. "I can't do this anymore. I can't keep running, keep fighting. It's over for me, and it's over for the gang." Sadie was silent for a long time, the fire crackling between them. Finally, she spoke, her voice low but firm. "I figured as much. You've been carrying too much weight for too long, Arthur. You've been broken for a while now." Arthur winced at her words, but they were true. "I'm sorry, Sadie. I'm sorry for dragging you into all this." Sadie's gaze softened, but there was no pity in it. "I ain't got time for sorry, Arthur. You just need to do what you need to do." Arthur nodded slowly. There was nothing left to say. His future was uncertain, his past irredeemable, but in this moment, he felt a kind of quiet resolve. He had spent so much of his life chasing a dream, but the dream had turned into dust. Now, it was time to accept it, to let go. The next morning, as the gang broke camp, Arthur made his decision. He was done running. Dutch was lost to them. The dream of the Van der Linde gang was gone, torn apart by greed, betrayal, and too many lies. The only thing left to do now was to make sure John and the others had a chance at something better, something different than what they'd all been running from. Arthur walked up to John, who was saddling his horse, his face solemn as usual. "John," Arthur said, his voice firm, "take care of them. Take care of your family." John looked up at him, his eyes searching for meaning in Arthur's words. "What do you mean, Arthur?" "I'm leaving," Arthur said simply. "I'm done. I don't want you to follow me. You've got a chance, John. Make it count." John opened his mouth to protest, but Arthur shook his head, cutting him off. "No, it's too late for me, but not for you. I'll make sure you get out." John didn't respond immediately. Instead, he just nodded, a small, almost imperceptible gesture of understanding. "I'll remember, Arthur. You won't be forgotten." Arthur mounted his horse, and for the first time in a long time, he felt the weight of his past slipping away. His body ached, the sickness gnawing at him, but he rode forward, heading into the uncertain horizon, where perhaps he could find the redemption he so desperately needed. And as the sun dipped low, Arthur Morgan knew that he had done what he could. The rest, the future, was up to John now. Chapter 17, The Last Ride. The wind was biting cold, even as the sun began its slow descent behind the hills. The world stretched out in front of Arthur like an endless road, a path that had been long and treacherous, winding through years of mistakes and lost chances. It was almost poetic, really. The land he had roamed for so long, the land that had become as much a part of him as his own skin, was now a place he could no longer hide in. Arthur's breath came out in ragged clouds, the chill air stinging his lungs. The tuberculosis had a firm grip on him now. He could feel it in every step, in every breath, as it wore him down, slowly but surely. But he wasn't afraid anymore. Fear had long since left him. Now, it was just about what he could do in the time he had left. He rode along the familiar trails, his horse's hooves scraping against the frozen dirt, the soft sound of the saddle creaking with each movement. He wasn't headed anywhere specific, just letting the wind guide him, just trying to take in what little he could before the end came. He passed familiar landmarks, the ones he had seen countless times, the broken-down shacks, the overgrown patches of land, the wide open skies. It all felt different now, quieter somehow. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath. Arthur had made his decision long ago. He had to make things right before it was too late. He couldn't leave this world without trying to undo the harm he had caused. He had hurt too many people, betrayed too many trusts, and left a trail of broken promises in his wake. But he wasn't the man he had been when Dutch had first taken him in all those years ago. He had changed. And now he had to find redemption, even if it meant going to the very edge of his life to do it. He had left the camp the night before, just after talking to John. There were no grand goodbyes, no promises to meet again, just a quiet exit. He couldn't risk anyone trying to stop him, trying to talk him out of it. He had seen the gang unravel for far too long now. There was no hope left for them, not with Dutch still clinging to that delusion of freedom and the future he had dreamed of. Dutch was lost, and with him, so too was the dream. Arthur couldn't say the same for the others. Some, like Sadie, were already too deep in the fight to turn back. But John had a chance. He had a family now, a chance at something better, something real. Arthur couldn't take that away from him. He had tried for so long to protect John, to keep him from making the same mistakes Arthur had made, but now it was time to let him go, to let him have a life outside the shadows of the past. Arthur pulled his horse to a stop at the edge of the forest, his eyes scanning the horizon. There was something peaceful about this place, the quiet stillness of the woods surrounding him. It reminded him of the simpler times, before the gang had grown so fractured, before everything had gone to hell. He dismounted slowly, his legs aching, and walked over to the nearby tree, leaning against it as he took a long, deep breath. The weight of his decision settled heavily on him, but it didn't feel as heavy as it should. In truth, Arthur felt a sense of calm. The turmoil inside him, the anger, the confusion, it had all faded. It was as if, by accepting his fate, he had come to some kind of understanding with the world. Maybe that's what redemption was, finally letting go of the burden you'd carried for so long. As Arthur stood there, lost in thought, he heard the unmistakable sound of hooves approaching from behind. He tensed, instinctively reaching for his gun before he realized it wasn't necessary. He turned, his heart tightening as he saw Sadie Adler riding toward him, her face set in that determined, unflinching way she always had. The look in her eyes told him everything he needed to know. "Arthur," she said, her voice low but full of meaning, "I knew you'd be out here." Arthur sighed, rubbing his hand over his face. "You shouldn't have followed me, Sadie." Sadie didn't get off her horse, but she didn't need to. She stared him down, her gaze unflinching. "You think I'd just let you disappear without saying something? Hell, I've been watching you trying to fix everything, to do the right thing, but you're acting like you've already paid for your sins. You haven't." Arthur shook his head. "You don't get it. I'm not gonna live much longer, Sadie. Ain't no use trying to keep fighting this. I've done what I can, and now I gotta let it go." Sadie's face softened, and she sighed. "I get that you're tired, Arthur. I get that you're worn down, but this ain't about just letting it go. You've spent so long trying to fix what Dutch broke, and it don't work like that. You can't fix everything by walking away." Arthur turned away from her, looking back at the horizon. "What else is there left to fix? The gang's gone, Dutch has lost his mind, and His voice cracked, but he didn't let her see it. I don't got much time left, Sadie. Ain't no time left for heroics. Sadie was quiet for a long time, her gaze fixed on him. Then, without saying another word, she dismounted. She walked over to him, standing beside him as the wind whipped through the trees. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the world around them as quiet as a tomb. "You're right about one thing," Sadie said finally, her voice hard again. "There ain't much time, but you've still got a chance to do right by the people who matter." Arthur turned to look at her, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I mean John," Sadie said. "He's gone through too much, Arthur, but he's still fighting for something, and you can help him. You can make sure he gets out clean, no matter what happens with Dutch." Arthur clenched his jaw, feeling a pang of guilt. "I already told him to go, told him I was done, but if I ain't here, if I don't do it, who's gonna look out for him?" Sadie nodded, her expression softening. "That's the point. You've done enough fighting. Now you need to make sure he can stand on his own. You won't be here forever, Arthur, but he will be. You want to leave something worth a damn behind? That's where you start." Arthur's chest tightened, his breath coming faster. His hand instinctively went to his side, where his gun hung. He wasn't ready to let go, but maybe Sadie was right. Maybe it was time to stop running. Maybe it was time to face the consequences of his past, and to make sure John could walk away from all of it clean. With a heavy heart, Arthur gave one last look at the setting sun. The sky was darkening now, the last rays of light casting long shadows over the land. He turned back to Sadie, his resolve hardening. "All right, Sadie, I'll do it. I'll make sure John gets out clean." Sadie gave him a nod, a rare smile breaking through her hardened exterior. "Good. I'll make sure the rest of the gang stays off your back. You take care of the rest." Arthur mounted his horse once more, the weight of his decision settling on his shoulders. This was the last ride, the last chance to make things right. There was no time left for hesitation, no time for second guessing. He rode into the darkness, toward whatever fate awaited him, knowing that in the end he had done all he could. He had fought for redemption, not for himself, but for the future, for John. Chapter 18, The Final Choice. The air was thick with the smoke of campfires and the pungent scent of horse sweat. But Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that this might be the last time he'd ever experience it. The wind whispered through the trees as the sun began to dip behind the mountains, casting a warm, golden hue over the land that had once been his home. It should have been beautiful, but to Arthur, it just felt like the end. The weight of his illness and the ever-approaching Pinkertons hung over him like a storm cloud. He sat near a crackling fire, the flames licking at the air, and for a moment everything seemed still, as though time had slowed down. His hand rested on the handle of his revolver, the worn leather of his gloves creaking as he did so. His chest was tight, the fever taking its toll, but there was a strange sense of peace in him now. There was no more running, no more hiding. The life he had known was slipping away, and he could either face it head-on or let it swallow him whole. Arthur's gaze shifted toward the figure sitting across from him, John Marston. John had been through so much already, and Arthur wasn't sure if there was enough left in him to help the younger man. But the words were already there, deep in his chest, waiting for the right moment to be spoken. "John," Arthur began, his voice rough, strained. "I want you to listen to me." John looked up from the fire, his expression tired but attentive. "What's on your mind?" Arthur hesitated, swallowing hard. The words felt heavy, like stones in his throat, but he had to say them. He owed John this much, at least. "You're gonna have to be the one to carry this on," Arthur said. "You're gonna have to make sure they all get away. Dutch is lost, John. You know it as well as I do. But you still have a chance. You're not like us. You can still build something worth fighting for." John's brow furrowed, a mixture of confusion and frustration clouding his face. "What are you talking about, Arthur?" "No," Arthur cut him off, his voice more forceful now. "I'm serious. I'm not gonna make it out of this. I know it. But you can. You can get out clean. You can take your family, build that life you've always talked about, the one you deserve." John stared at him for a long moment, as if trying to piece together what Arthur was saying. He opened his mouth to speak, but Arthur raised a hand to stop him. You've got a chance, John. Don't waste it. Don't let Dutch drag you down with him. You've got to let go of all of this. Leave it behind. John stood up suddenly, pacing. I can't just leave. I can't just turn my back on all of this. This is my family, Arthur. You, Dutch, all of us, we're family. I can't just abandon you. Arthur's heart ached at the words, but he knew the truth. The gang wasn't what it used to be. Dutch had lost his way, and the others had either fallen into madness or despair. There was no place for John in that life anymore. No place for anyone. You've already done more than enough, John, Arthur said quietly. Now you need to take that and make something better. I can't stop you from making your own choices, but I can't stand by and watch you follow Dutch to the grave. John paused, his back to Arthur, then slowly turned around. The sadness in his eyes was almost too much to bear. You really believe that, don't you? I do, Arthur said, his voice softer now, filled with a strange mix of regret and resolution. I want you to take your family and run. Dutch is beyond saving, and there's nothing left for you here. You're the last chance for a future. Don't waste it. The fire crackled, the sound the only noise in the heavy silence between them. Finally, John nodded, though his face was filled with sorrow and frustration. I'll do it, Arthur. I'll get Abigail and Jack out of here, but I don't think I can just leave you here to face all this alone. Arthur shook his head. This ain't about you, John. This is about what's best for you. You've got a life to live. Don't let my choices trap you. Go before it's too late. It wasn't long after that when the Pinkertons made their move. Arthur had known it was coming. He had always known. The sound of the horses' hooves in the distance was the final confirmation that there would be no escape, no running. This was it. He had gathered the few things he needed, his revolver, his rifle, and a few supplies, and made his way toward the ridge overlooking the valley. The gang had already scattered, some trying to escape, others standing ready for a fight, but Arthur's heart was set. He wasn't running anymore. He was going to face this, head on, just like he had faced every other choice in his life. John was already at the camp, loading up his horse. Arthur's eyes met his for just a moment, and the weight of everything between them seemed to hang in the air, unspoken. But John understood. He knew what Arthur was doing. I'll be back for you, Arthur, John called out to him, but Arthur didn't respond. He didn't need to. This was his choice, and he wasn't going to let anyone stop him now. The Pinkertons came fast, but Arthur was faster. He fought with everything he had left, every ounce of strength, every bit of his will. The bullets whizzed past him, and the sound of gunfire echoed through the valley like thunder. He shot, reloaded, and fired again, not stopping, not thinking, just doing what he had always done: survive. But this time, survival wasn't the goal. This time, it was about redemption, about making sure John had a chance to get away, about finally giving up the fight. When the last of the Pinkertons fell, Arthur stood alone in the clearing, his body aching, his breath ragged, and his blood mingling with the dirt beneath him. He had done what he could. He had kept his promise to John, even if it meant his own death. He looked out at the setting sun one last time, the golden light spilling over the mountains. It was peaceful. The world was still. And for the first time in years, Arthur Morgan felt at peace too. The darkness was closing in, but he wasn't afraid anymore. The end was here. But at least, for once, it was the end on his own terms. Chapter 19, The Legacy. The sky above was clear, and the stars had begun to flicker into existence, one by one, like little sparks of hope scattered across the endless expanse. Arthur's body was still, his chest no longer rising and falling, his spirit free of the burden it had carried for so long. The sun had set hours ago, but the world felt like it had paused, holding its breath as if in reverence for what had just happened. In the distance, a faint sound of galloping horses reached the air. The dust kicked up by hooves mingled with the cool night air. But it wasn't the Pinkertons. It wasn't enemies or lawmen who were coming. It was someone who had been by his side throughout it all, someone who had heard his final words. John Marston had ridden in the night, leaving his wife Abigail and son Jack behind for one final ride. He had made a promise to Arthur, and he would keep it. As he approached the spot where Arthur's body lay, he dismounted his horse slowly, his face set in a grim mask. His heart ached, the weight of grief pressing heavily against his chest. Arthur had been the closest thing he had to a brother, and now he was gone. John knelt beside Arthur's lifeless form, his hand hovering over the cold body as if he couldn't quite bring himself to touch it. For a long moment, there was only the wind and the steady sound of John's labored breathing. "Arthur," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, cracking with emotion. "I'll never forget you, brother. You saved me. One last time." His fingers brushed against Arthur's worn, calloused hand. John closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of all they had been through together flooding back. They had fought side by side, survived together, and now, in the end, Arthur had made sure that John could walk away, that he could live a life outside of this violent world they had been trapped in. John stood up slowly, looking at the stars above. They seemed so far away now, like a different world altogether. But he knew Arthur had been trying to get to them, in his own way. He had fought for redemption. He had fought for a chance at something better for the people he loved, even if that meant sacrificing his own future. Behind him, Sadie Adler and Charles Smith had approached quietly, their faces somber, their presence an unspoken understanding. Sadie's eyes glistened with tears, but she didn't shed them. Sadie didn't cry in front of anyone. Charles, ever the stoic, nodded gravely as he walked up beside John. "Is it done?" Sadie asked, her voice low but full of something unspoken. John nodded. "It's done." They all stood together in silence for a long moment, each one lost in their own thoughts. The stars above shone bright, as if marking the end of a long chapter, but the silence around them felt suffocating. The pain of losing Arthur was raw, but it was also something else. The end of a story that had been filled with violence, regret, and endless survival. "I wish he could have had more time," Sadie muttered, her hand clenching into a fist. "He deserved better." "We all did," John replied, his voice hoarse. "But we can't change what's already been done. We just have to make sure we do better from now on." Arthur had spent his last days fighting for that, for a chance at something better, for redemption, for peace. And John, Sadie, Charles, and the others would carry that with them, even if they didn't fully understand it yet. In the weeks that followed, the gang scattered. The world continued to turn, indifferent to the choices they had made. But John Marston did what Arthur had asked of him. He took his family and left the life behind. For the first time in years, John truly believed he could make something of himself. He would work the land, build a home, raise Jack away from the chaos, away from the mistakes of the past. And in the quiet moments when he would sit on the porch with Abigail and Jack, he would remember Arthur. He would remember the man who had tried so hard to change, to make up for a life of regret, even if it cost him everything. John wouldn't let that sacrifice be in vain. He would live, and he would ensure that his family lived in peace. Sadie, too, moved on. She never fully left the world they had known, but her path had changed. She became a force in her own right, hunting down those who deserved it, but in a way that made sure the vengeance was hers to control, not the world's. Her respect for Arthur had been earned long before his final moments, and she carried his memory like a hidden fire in her heart. Charles, ever the quiet one, disappeared into the wilderness, finding a peace he could never quite reach in the world. He would return sometimes to check on John, to make sure the family was safe. But for the most part, he sought solace in the mountains, where the land spoke to him in ways the world never could. Years passed. The echoes of the past faded, as they often do, but for those who had known Arthur Morgan, his legacy remained. In a quiet cabin, tucked away in the valley where Arthur had once fought for his life, John Marston sat on the porch, looking out at the rolling hills. Jack was out playing with his horse, and Abigail was inside preparing a meal. The quiet hum of a peaceful life surrounded him. John's thoughts drifted to Arthur, the old days, the heat of battle, the camaraderie, and the betrayal, all of it. He thought about what Arthur had said to him that last time, the hope, the faith in something better. For the first time in years, John smiled. He wasn't looking over his shoulder anymore. He wasn't haunted by the past. He had left it behind, just like Arthur had told him. And in that moment, John knew Arthur had given him everything he needed to move forward. The sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over the land. It was the kind of peaceful evening Arthur had always dreamed of. A quiet night with the people you loved, with the past laid to rest, and the future stretching out before you, untarnished. John stood, walked inside to gather his family, and for the first time in a long while, allowed himself to feel the peace Arthur had fought for.